This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. We have been challenged to sell 20 new and used vehicles each and every day for the rest of the year. This means you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the largest Ford store on the I-81 corridor, ranked among the top dealerships in the country in sales volume and customer satisfaction. If you are even thinking about buying a new car, now is the time. Visit HagerstownFord.com and choose your new ride, and we will bring it to you. You will sign all the documents from your phone and skip that awful finance process that consumes your entire day in the dealership. Let's recap. Hagerstown Ford must sell 20 vehicles a day. You will sign all the documents from your phone on your time. We will bring your new ride to you, and you're done. It's that easy. If you don't like it, return it. Our return policy is better than Walmart, and our buying experience is better than Amazon. And you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the #1 Ford store from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C., from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, we want to be the #1 Ford store in the nation.
Hagerstown Ford, right off Interstate 81, across from the Valley Mall.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
It's time for the excitement of NCAA Division II football, featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's play-by-play coverage is being brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, Powered Beck and Matzaref Law Offices, Senate Finance Chairman Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, Fort Evans Archery, Rocks Local Markets, the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results, Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, personal injury attorneys, Cody's Auto Body, the Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, the Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, Ameriprise Financial and the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, WVU Medicine Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Centers, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, CMA Honda of Winchester, CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, CMA Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg, Dignity Memorial Rosedale Funeral Home and Cemetery of Martinsburg, Flower Pools of Martinsburg, Hagerstown, and Chambersburg, and Next Level Auto Detailing. Standing by is our TV10 broadcast team. So let's head to the field and get today's pregame show underway.
And a very pleasant good evening across the Eastern Panhandle or wherever you may be tuning in. Welcome into Shepherd Rams football on TV10. Matt Crawford along with Travis Smith, as we did not make the trip to Slippery Rock, where the Rams will be taking on the Rock of Slippery Rock University. Instead, we're here in the TV10 studios. Shepherd comes in with a record of 0-1, a bye week last week, but a Week 1 loss at Frostburg State. Slippery Rock, an off week in Week 1, comes in with a record of 1-0 after a win last week. Travis, obviously a different broadcast today, but certainly looking forward to seeing if the Rams can get back on track and get in the win column for the first time this year.
And you look at that first game of the season on the road at Frostburg, and that was a tough ball game for Shepherd. We talked about how losing that many guys in the transfer portal, and then you look over on the other sideline, even though Frostburg lost a lot of their starters, they still had a lot of guys that were in the program coming out to earn that starting spot this year, and that was the disparity that you saw early on in the game, was just the difference in chemistry, where there's a little bit more familiarity familiarity with Frostburg, and they were able to get off to that fast start. But one thing you can certainly look at that Shepherd Ball Club, even though the adversity, they faced a lot of it early on in that game, they showed a lot of resiliency. If you look back to the big field goal block and had the touchdown return to end the first half, and you also had the big run by Swinehart there in the second half. So Shepherd, you certainly see that grit, you certainly see that resiliency that we've become accustomed to seeing over the years, but certainly a much tougher task this week, going on the road to take on a Slippery Rock Ball Club. So you're certainly going to have to see some of that resiliency once again today from that Shepherd Rams Ball Club.
Slippery Rock, a team that year in and year out is going to be a team that is going to give you fits, whether they're ranked in the top 25 or not, just one of those ball clubs that is always going to be competitive in every game they're playing. This year, nationally, they're seen that way as well. In both polls this year, you have them at number 4 in the D2 coaches poll and number 9 in some of the other polls around the country. So obviously, not just in this area we're seeing Slippery Rock as that big challenge, but now nationwide, they're certainly looking at Slippery Rock as a tough task.
And Slippery Rock, coming off of a fantastic season last year, made a deep run in the playoffs, went 12-2, and they're in a similar situation that Frostburg was in. They lost a lot of their starters, but on the bright side of things, they have a lot of guys that were already in the program coming back to take that starting role. So you see guys that have a lot of playing time, not necessarily starts from last year, but a lot of playing time, and more importantly, they have that familiarity with the system, and they're able to come in and kind of pick up where those guys left off, and you see that they've been rewarded with that lofty ranking here to get the season started.
Absolutely. We will break down this matchup a little bit more in the pregame show as we move forward. Next, we're going to hear from Shepherd Ram head coach Ernie McCook, get his thoughts from last week and the week before, see what they did in practice last week coming off that loss to Frostburg State in Week 1. This is the pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com. This is Shepherd Ram Football on TV10.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
After a car accident, call the local law firm that can give you the help you need right now.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti, the one with 115 years of combined experience fighting for West Virginia accident victims. Get more with Mansion Ferretti.
The one that takes on the big insurance companies.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti. We're Mansion Ferretti.
After a car accident, we'll fight for every dollar you deserve. And if there's no recovery, there's no fee. So call right now.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
You feel that in the air? The precision passes of expletives thrown from a jersey-clad warrior to his TV, his dog, or anyone that'll listen. It's time for tailgating and showing off those parking lot picnics. Just remember, when you come out of the fourth quarter to 5 new dents, remember Cody's Auto Body is your MVP. I can erase those dents, just not the memory of your team's awful record. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body. That's Cody's with a T for f***ing trust.
Remember all the sports we played when we were kids?
Oh yeah, swimming, tennis, basketball,
Football, soccer, track. I loved winning.
I still do.
Our competitive spirit is still going strong.
But now we use it to win for our clients. If you've been hurt in almost heaven,
call the Sevens, 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
We welcome you back here to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. Our coaches interview is brought to you by Parsons Ford. They became #1 by making you #1 first, Parsons.
All right, here with Coach McCook. Coach, Frostburg State game didn't go your guys' way, obviously. Overall from that game, what did you take away from it, positives and negatives?
Well, obviously the loss was very disappointing. I didn't think we played well in either of the 3 phases. Maybe the kicking game was okay, but you can't turn the ball over 4 times and have a chance to win. We've got to be able to get off the field on defense, and I think those are all areas we've addressed through the bye week and then this week going into Slippery Rock. Disappointing loss, but I like how our kids have responded, their mindset, getting into going on another road trip, heading up to Slippery Rock University.
You kind of mentioned a little bit there when I asked about the defensive side first. Frostburg able to convert a lot of third downs that they had and obviously put up a lot of points in the end. What were some of the specifics on the defensive side that you feel like went wrong in that one that you can improve on?
I just think it was missed assignments, guys in the wrong spot, their eyes in the wrong space, and not making plays. And credit to Frostburg State, they were able to, their quarterback was able to extend plays, find open receivers. I thought they were very effective in the running game. They stayed on schedule, and I think ultimately it came down to they had 0 turnovers, and we had 4. And if you balance those 2 turnovers, you take 2 of the turnovers that we had, it's a little closer ball game, and it's a little tighter there in the fourth quarter.
And I'll ask you about that other side of the ball with having the turnovers. Overall, how'd you feel about first of all Michael Hardyway in his first game at quarterback? Sort of what you saw from him.
I thought Michael did a nice job. He was solid. Obviously missed some throws, and the pick 6 was not acceptable. We have to be better. We've got to take care of the football. When you look at some of our most disappointing losses over the last several years, it's been catastrophic mistakes with the turnovers, giving up points for touchdowns. That can't happen if you want to be a team. If you want to be a team that's hard to beat. And ultimately, we want to be fundamentally sound. We want to play the game the right way, and we want to be a team that's hard to beat. That means we create turnovers, we don't turn the ball over, and we're effective running the football and stopping the run. Those are all things that we have to be able to do if we're going to be competitive.
We saw a lot of Jordan Barnett early in the game, more of Grant Swinehart later in the game. Did you feel like you got the usage out of those guys that you feel like you wanted to, and just how do you feel like those guys complement each other?
I think that's a great backfield tandem. They do complement one another. They work together well. They communicate well with each other. They support each other, and they both have talent. Very similar skill sets, but also different skill sets. So you can't just say, "Hey, we're going to have a big bruising back," or "We're going to have a guy that can get out into the pass game." Both can get it. Both can run the ball effectively. Both are effective in the pass game. Grant's probably a little more of a receiving running back than Jordan is, but Jordan's effective there. And don't shy away from Grant. He's going to run behind his pads.
Slippery Rock coming up this week, ranked number 4 in the coaches poll, top 10 team in D2football.com as well. They're always a tough team, always ranked very high. You guys hung with them last year. What did you see from them so far this year, and of course what they usually are that you feel like you're going to have to focus in on?
Well, it's a well-coached football team. They got players who play extremely hard. They've been a pretty staple in the Pennsylvania Athletic Conference for the last 20 years. We've played them in the playoffs. We played them in non-conference games when we were part of the Mountain East, the WIVIAC. We have a lot of respect for Slippery Rock. Sean Lutz does a great job, and he works awful hard at preparing his football team. He does a great job recruiting. They recruit good players. They play hard. They're well coached, and they're good. They're a good football team. They're good in all 3 phases. It's going to be a great challenge for us. We're going to go up there and play Saturday night under the lights on the road. We'll leave here on Friday. Hopefully, we'll have a really good game plan installed by then, and we'll be focused on our game plan and hopefully execute at a high level. But we've got to play well against a team like Slippery Rock. We've got to take care of the football. We've got to be able to run the football, stop the run. And, don't make catastrophic mistakes.
Once again, our coaches' interviews brought to you by Parsons Ford, located at 1400 Shepherdstown Road in Martinsburg, or online at parsonsford.com. They became number 1 by making you number 1 first. Parsons. We'll be back with more on the other side of this break. This is Shepherd University Rams football on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube.
Jonathan Bodwell Insurance Solutions. We've been serving the Eastern Panhandle with their insurance needs for 20 years. We specialize in Medicare and health insurance plans. Medicare can be scary. We help seniors navigate the Medicare maze and not get taken advantage of by the call centers. We give honest, local advice on your insurance. We're located in the Aiken Center, 304-283-0864.
It's the new normal. You live, work, and play everywhere. Whether it's the family car or the family business, you need insurance that keeps pace with your changing life. Home on the job or working from home, peace of mind comes from knowing your whole world is covered. No matter what happens or how big it grows, whatever your new normal, Erie Insurance's award-winning service and personal agents can keep pace. Call your local agent today or visit erieinsurance.com for a quote.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC. Fort Evans Archery of Inwood is your local full-service archery pro shop with sales and setup, maintenance, repairs, and sight-ins. Fort Evans Archery is a full-stocking dealer for all your favorites like Hoyt, Matthews, Elite, Bowtech, Mission, and Bear, with crossbows from Raven, 10-Point, Barnett, and Excalibur. And Fort Evans Archery has a sight range out to 60 yards. Fort Evans Archery, 998 Arden-Nullville Road, Suite 2, Inwood, open Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. until 6, Saturdays 9:30 to 4. FortEvansArchery.com.
And we welcome you back into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It is Shepherd Ram football on TV10. Matt Crawford, Travis Smith here with you, your TV10 broadcast team for the remainder of the season. Nick Verzolini, for those of you going, where's Nick? He's been doing Shepherd for the last few years. Just a quick update. Got an opportunity elsewhere outside of radio. So the decision was made by him to kind of step away from the radio station, but we will bring you Shepherd Ram football. We'll be Travis and myself the rest of the year bringing you Shepherd Ram football on TV10. It is Shepherd at Slippery Rock today. Slippery Rock, the number 4 team in all the land. And Travis, when you look at what these two teams were able to do in their first games each this year, again, Shepherd playing week 1 and off week, last week Slippery Rock vice versa, it was really about running the football. Neither team with a strong aerial attack, but they wanted to establish that run game, and Slippery Rock was able to do it towards victory. Shepherd, not so much.
And you look at that Slippery Rock game, able to get 254 yards on the ground, averaging 5.5 yards per carry. They also had 2 touchdowns. And you talked about that disparity in the run. Looking at that Shepherd-Frostburg matchup, Shepherd had 25 carries, which is on brand for Shepherd here in the past couple of years, but Frostburg had 43 carries in that game. And it's not so much about yards per carry, but when you're able to stick with the run like that, it sets up your offense as far as play action and keeps you on schedule and ahead of the chains. And that was something that Shepherd defense had their hands full with all night long, was that the Frostburg Bobcats, they were in 3rd and good all night long. So it just makes it that much more difficult. And again, you look back to last year's matchup, Shepherd versus the Rock. And again, weather did play a factor in that ball game. It was a heavy downpour, a lot of rain, so you had to stick to the ground. Well, the Rock, they understood the assignment. They had 46 carries. They averaged just over 4 yards per carry. Shepherd only having 14 carries during that game. So, and again, you look into how many times they ran the ball, and you're also going to see a huge disparity as far as time of possession is concerned. So Shepherd is going to have to make a mental note that they're going to have to really try to stick with the run in today's contest and for the rest of the year. You have 2 good running backs in Barnett and Swinehart. Swinehart had a big game that first week against Frostburg, so you might see him get some more action this week, but it's something that Shepherd are really going to have to lean on that run game to, again, keep their offense on schedule, stay ahead of the chains, and keep yourself in a third and manageable situation where you're not going to put all of the offense on the quarterback of Mike Hardyway. So again, like you mentioned, the running the ball, who's going to be able to win in the trenches, that's going to pretty much determine who's going to come out of here with the victory today.
Kickoff from Slippery Rock about 13 minutes from now. We're going to take another break. This is the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. On the backside of this break, TV10's own Dilla Bishop got a chance to talk to Giotto Tolbert and Mike Hardyway at practice this week, and we will hear what their thoughts were on week 1 and what they see in this Slippery Rock team coming up here in just more than 10 minutes from kickoff. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV10.
Howard Beck and Mitsurath Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? lawpbm.com.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors. and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
It's an instant classic. Hold still! Get Rock's delicious chicken sandwich and delicious burger with pickle aioli and Heinz thick-cut dill pickles.
We brought the beach to you. Get Rock's crab cake sandwich with 70% real crab meat.
Let's talk about what to do after a car or truck accident.
First, call 911. Then call Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers.
Let us handle the insurance company so you can focus on getting better.
Being injured in a wreck is enough stress. Let your doctor handle your medical issues.
And let the Skinner brothers handle your insurance issues.
If you've been hurt in almost heaven,
call the Sevens, 304-777-7777.
Our player interviews are brought to you by the Murius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue or call 304-263-4343.
Here with Michael Hardyway, quarterback for the Shepherd Rams. Michael, one game into the season here with Shepherd. Before we get into that, I want to ask you just a little bit about yourself. You transferred here from Bucknell.
Yes, sir.
What made you decide to come to Shepherd?
Yeah, so Shepherd's a very rich winning tradition, history. Had a lot of ties here through Shepherd, through coaching staff players here that I've known transferred in. And then obviously the story about Mr. Tyson, very compelling to bring a quarterback here. So, coming here, I definitely wanted to win right away. It wasn't sort of a rebuild, and a great relationship with some great coaching staff in the town. I fell in love with it on my visit.
So ask you a little bit about last game before we ask you a little bit about Slippery Rock. It was a little up and down for you guys, I think. Obviously didn't get the win in the end. For you guys on offense, how did you feel about the performance overall?
Yeah, obviously not good, like you were saying. Wanted to get a win at the end of the day. Started off slow, a couple mistakes that put us behind, and we kind of put our defense in a tough spot. I think our defense did a tremendous job of trying to keep us in the game and allowing us to be in a position to keep playing our game. So we definitely appreciate that. But it's definitely promising because you have a lot of good things, and we saw a lot of mistakes on our end that were definitely fixable, if that makes sense. A lot of our losses were because of sort of we shot ourselves in our own foot, and definitely controllable and fixable ones. So coming up, we're definitely looking forward.
Looking back on your performance for yourself personally, where did you think you were, doing pretty well for yourself, and where do you think you can improve from that last game?
Definitely always room for improvements all the way around. Like I said, at the end of the day, you want to win. If I throw 4 completions, if I throw 50 completions, it doesn't matter. The biggest stat that we want is definitely a win on the scoreboard. For myself, I just got to be a better leader and do things to put our playmakers with the ball in their hands and allow us to go out on top this weekend.
From the perspective of being a player coming into a new team, what has that transition been like for you when it comes to learning the offense? How much were you kind of familiar with when it comes to, I would kind of run this stuff before at my, other stops, and how much has the coaching staff sort of helped you adjust to maybe what you needed to change from where you've been before?
Yeah, the coach staff has been amazing. Anytime I want extra meeting time, break down film, talk about things, they've been there for me no matter what. And so it's definitely easy as a quarterback perspective when you want to know the full offense, that sort of deal, and they're very lenient with you. It's very nice. In terms of transitioning, it was a complete offense complete 180 of what I did last fall. Last fall at Bucknell, we were fast, no huddle, kind of very similar to SMU, Tennessee, those kind of guys. But before that, my previous quarter there at Bucknell, it was kind of similar to how we have here. A lot of play action, that sort of deal, building off of it, which I love. I'm a student of the game, I like to say that. And so whether I got to learn something completely new, I've been running it a million times a day, I can always get better out of it. So I'm looking forward to that.
When it comes to Slippery Rock coming up this week, what have been some of the adjustments from the last game that you guys have really been focusing in on in terms of improvement, and what have you seen from Slippery Rock that you feel like you need to focus on?
Yeah, well, Slippery Rock, they're ranked for a reason. They're top 10 for a reason. Very good program. Learning more and more about them. So they got some guys on defense that are playmakers, and we know that going in. In terms of our own game plan, that sort of deal, we're really just been shifting our focus to ourselves. Like I said, a lot of last game mistakes we made, we shot ourselves in our own foot, and fixable, which is the very promising upside in things. So going forward, shifting instead of worrying about what we can't control, going in what we can't control. And I think a lot of guys are buying in, so it's going to be a good weekend this year.
You're Gio Tolbert for the Shepherd Rams. Frostburg State game didn't go the way you guys wanted it to, but overall, how did you feel about the performance, where you can improve on, what you guys did well that you can continue to?
I feel like it was our first game together, so it was a lot of trying to figure out things. And although it wasn't the outcome that we wanted, we figured out a lot of the stuff that we need to figure out to make sure that it doesn't happen again. So this week, especially having a bye week, we had a lot of time to prepare, to take the things that we didn't like, take the things that we did like and do more of it. And overall, I'm very, very confident about this game plan.
When it comes to maybe some specifics there, was it sort of the run game, the passing game? I know Frostburg State was able to have some success doing both. Was it communication or the stopping the run? What did you guys feel like were some of those key points that you were honing in on from that game?
When it comes to football, I mean, establishing a run game just makes everything else so much easier. So they ran the ball a lot, and then that kind of got us trying to stop the run a lot. Then we took our eyes off the pass, and they started completing some passes, heavy play action, double moves, things of that nature. But, I mean, it starts at stopping the run. So when we stop the run, it kind of opens up the defensive playbook to where we can send pressure, drop 8. We really could do whatever we want once we stop the run. So, I mean, that's kind of been the big focal point this week, is just making sure we understand the run and stop the run so we can open the playbook and kind of do what we want.
Take me through your perspective on that block punt and taking that back for the touchdown.
I mean, every play, whether it's special team, whether it's punt, kickoff, defense, whatever, like if I'm on the field, I'm going 100%. So it was a block. I don't even think it was a block left. I think it was a block right. I think Flick got his hand on it. I went down 100% like I do, tried to get through there. Ball popped up. I picked it up, and I just ran. At first, I didn't even know it was a touchdown. I thought it was just 2-point conversion, but I didn't care. I just knew we needed it. So I picked it up, and I ran as fast as I could.
So this week, Slippery Rock coming up. Last year, you guys were able to have a competitive game with them, and obviously they're a very tough team, ranked top 10. What have you seen from those guys from your side of the ball, their offense, that you feel like it's going to be the main things that you need to stop?
Like I said from the beginning, it's just stopping the run. They have a couple big tight ends, good running backs. They had a couple receivers return, new quarterback, but overall it starts with stopping the run, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to stop the run this week, open up the playbook, stop the run, let the linebackers be linebackers, let DBs be DBs, take the ball away, get picks, interceptions, force fumbles. Like that's everything we got to do this week.
I think you kind of went into it a little bit talking about what needs to be done better from the first game, but you guys had a lot of people coming in and out through the transfer portal this year. From your perspective as a player, what has that been like, the transition of kind of having some new guys in some new spots?
I don't want to say it's tough, but it's a learning experience. I feel like being in college for as long as I've been, it's never really been that big of a problem until now. So it's a lot of guys leaving and coming in, but overall, we had a lot of time to build that bond and get comfortable with each other. So kind of first week, that was our first live action, so we were getting settled in, but I feel like we're settled. I don't need another week. We got it now. Like that bye week helped us out a lot. Like I know I can trust my guys to do their job, and I mean that's the most important thing. So, yeah.
And finally, just as the mentality going into the Slippery Rock game, you guys were able to keep it close with them last year. So how much does that play into things? The guys know that last year we were able to put up a fight with these guys, even though they might be ranked whatever. And from your perspective, how does that help and just your mentality going forward into this game?
Overall, Slippery Rock is always a good team. Like we come in every week, we say we need to play the best ball. But I mean, obviously with a top 10 team, like we have to play our best ball, and it's really a rivalry game. It's as close as a playoff game you're going to get to the regular season. So we know we got to bring our A game, and we're just going in with the mentality of we just have to dominate. Like it doesn't really matter who's in front of us. We just have to dominate. What we did last week, I mean, it just is what it is. It's unacceptable. We cannot allow that ever again. So we really took strides, and we're going to, like I said, we're going to dominate this week.
Player interviews are brought to you by the Mirius Group and Ameriprise Financial Advisors John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue or call 304-263-4343.
After a car accident, call the local law firm that can give you the help you need right now.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti, the one with 115 years of combined experience fighting for West Virginia accident victims. Get more with Mansion Ferretti.
The one that takes on the big insurance companies.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti. We're Mansion Ferretti.
After a car accident, we'll fight for every dollar you deserve. And if there's no recovery, there's no fee. So call right now.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
So the other day, a judge asked me how much younger I am.
Well, the other day, a judge asked me how much taller I am.
But who's the better lawyer?
Well, that's an easy one.
At Skinner, we don't leave results to chance. We fight for what you deserve. If you're hurt and almost heaven, dial the 7s.
Double or nothing.
SkinnerWins.com.
And we welcome you back into Shepherd Ram football on TV 10 as we get ready to send you out to the stadium, or at least get the stadium feed as we're back in the studio today. Travis, it's time for our keys to the game, brought to you by CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg. All in one convenient location, 650 Foxcroft Avenue in Martinsburg, where owners just care more. Travis, keys to the game.
Well, first looking at the Shepherd Rams, they got to take care of the football. They had 4 turnovers last week, 2 interceptions and 2 fumbles lost. They had 3 fumbles total. Also, more big plays on special teams for Shepherd. That was one of the shining things that they were able to do in week 1. Many different plays that they were able to make as far as special teams. They're going to need that. They're going to need points. They're going to need good field position, and more importantly, quiet down that home crowd with those big momentum plays. And on defense, the Rams, they have to get off the field on 3rd down. Last week, they surrendered 9 of 14 on 3rd down. And that's something where I feel they can get a good foothold versus this Slippery Rock ball club, because the Rock, they only won 5 of 15 the previous week. So that's something where the Rams might be able to get a little bit of momentum on their side. And the last key for Shepherd, they have to be decisive on offense. Either they're going to have to run the ball, try to make this a grinded out field position and time of possession type of game, or if they're going to go with a quick passing attack, they're going to have to get yards after the catch.
All right, we were just getting ready for kickoff. Shepherd deferred to the second half, so Slippery Rock will get the football to start this game as Max Barta, the sophomore kicker, sets it on the tee, and we are ready for action at Shepherd Ram football taking on Slippery Rock. The return will start from about the 12-yard line across the 22, the 25, and held up just about the 27-yard line, and that's where Slippery Rock will begin their first possession on offense. Brown Funeral Home and Cremation is our opening kickoff sponsor. Brown Funeral Home and Cremation, Robert Fields and Sons, a family-owned full-service funeral home, proudly serving the area since 1880.
That was Kanye Thompson on the return. You'll see him on the defensive side of the ball, but he'll step out there for special teams and make some plays for him. And again, he's one of those players. He had 7 starts last year, but appeared in all 14 games. So it's coming in, even though he's taking over a new role, a more emphasized role this year, certainly has that experience to draw on from last year during that long run. You have a team that made it that deep into the playoffs. That means that you have access to your players for a longer time than all of your competitors. So you're able to get in those extra practices, those extra workouts, those live reps, and that's something where you have those teams that are successful. They continue to be successful because they're able to stockpile that extra experience when they make those deep playoff runs like that.
Again, of those watching on TV10 and WRNR TV on YouTube, we are not on location today. This is a Slippery Rock video feed, so if the play is going on and their video feed is off, we're not going to be able to see what's going on. No room in the press box for us today up at Slippery Rock, so we will bring you the broadcast as best we can. Anthony Vespo going to be the starting quarterback for Slippery Rock when we get things going, and it looks like based on the sideline that we can see taking a knee, it looks like there was a injury on that opening kickoff, probably why the camera is looking at the 50-yard line and not at the Slippery Rock offense and Shepherd defense. The offense for Slippery Rock looks like this. Anthony Vespo, the quarterback. It'll be J.J. Jordan, the starting running back. John Sabo, Xander McClure, and Latrell Sutton are those wide receivers. The big guys across the front. Joe Cooper at left tackle. You have Eli Podgorski at left guard. Dom Clifford at center. Right guard is Luke Puglisi. And Luke Caldwell will be your right tackle. We are ready for football now at the 27-yard line on the near hash for Slippery Rock. Vespo will bring the running back to his right in the shotgun formation. The give up the middle, that is J.J. Jordan off the right side. He will get a couple, bring down second down and long.
And again, we mentioned that big offensive line up front for Slippery Rock, very similar to the size disparity last week that the Shepherd defensive line had to come through. But I think that game last week was good experience for Shepherd because they were able to rotate in separate packages and beef up that defensive front to make up for that lack of size.
Second down play action pass, and that ball intercepted at the 41-yard line and returnable inside the 35-yard line on that interception. That is a number 14 you are looking at on the defensive side of the football. That is Kalen Jean on the Shepherd side of the football, and a quick turnover for the Ram defense, and that's big on momentum early.
And the 6'1", 190-pound senior from Clifton, Virginia, was just able to run the route for the wide receiver. Not sure what Vespo saw on that play, but it was certainly not the result that they wanted on that opening drive. Again, you had a little bit of success running that ball on first down. You try to throw that post route, and the corner was sitting all over it. The safety was playing over the top. So it certainly looks like Shepherd has made some adjustments in that secondary. They had some communications breakdown in last week's game. Doesn't seem to be the case this week.
And something we talked about, maybe Slippery Rock, an emphasis on them trying to get that passing game going early, and maybe Vespo trying to push something early. Shepherd will start in the pistol. There is the handoff right up the middle, bouncing it outside, inside the 30 to the 25, down to the 20, lowering shoulder inside the 15. And that is a first down, but a flag on the run, and a strong run to start things off for Jordan Barnett.
Barnett that time did a good job of avoiding the rush off the edge. He presses the hole. That's going to bring that defense inside, and after that he's able to use his vision and break it down that right sideline and pick up a long gain. And right now it looks like that penalty may be on the Rams as they are returning to the huddle and look like they're looking to, I don't know. I might have to take that back because now it looks like the Slippery Rock coaches are not too happy about that result.
Officials talking at the 22-yard line, and regardless, you would think that would be Shepherd moving the ball up a little bit with how deep into the run that flag was thrown right at about the 25-yard line on the run for Barnett. Officials still talking at the 22-yard line.
And again, Shepherd having two big running backs in Barnett and Swinehart. Both of those guys have shown an ability that they can break the long one if they're able to get a little bit of daylight. So not only are they physical runners in between the tackles, but also have the vision and the speed to make something happen if they're able to get beyond that first level of the defense.
Yeah, you talk Swinehart, 71-yarder last week, which really, when you look at the Rams' offense, was the real highlight in that game. Again, we're able to move the ball a little bit, and as we get the signal, looks like a dead ball, unsportsmanlike, as the second call on the defense. So we might be looking at offsetting penalties here and a redo of first down. I think that's what we have, or maybe into the run.
I don't know. They're backing Shepherd up right now, so not what Shepherd wanted to do. They got the interception. They got the ball back with good field position, and now we see the referees do the tango. Like, if it's 15 yards either way, I don't think you have to be a mathematician to figure that one out. But
ball does move up to the 29-yard line as Shepherd works into Slippery Rock territory, and certainly with the injury on the kickoff, with the interception and now the penalty that took about 5 minutes to sort out, definitely some Early action in this game, as we're not even a minute gone yet. Shepherd first down and 10, 29-yard line on the near hash. Receiver Malachi Brown comes in motion. It's going to be a sweep to him as he's inside the 30. Bounces to the outside, trying to set up a block. It does not work. Gets a few yards on the play. That'll bring up second down.
Good job that time by Slippery Rock linebacker Teddy Gregory Jr. The 6'2", 230-pound redshirt junior did a good job of, one, stacking up the block, not giving the running back a lane or giving Malachi Brown a lane to get to the outside, and just doing a good job of stringing it out. We see Shepherd's defense very good job of flying to the ball in open space. Slippery Rock, they're very similar in that regard.
Pistol formation for this Shepherd offense is Hardy Way. Readies for the snap. It's a second down and 8 with one receiver to the near side and a bunch formation close to the line as it's a flip to the outside. That's Barnett as he gets to the 25-yard line. He turns the corner inside of the 20 to the 15 to the 10, lowers his shoulder and takes a defender with him inside the 5-yard line. First and goal for Shepherd.
That time, free safety Benny Lane, he got the brunt of that hit on that play, trying to come up and get on Barnett. And again, we talked about these big physical running backs. They do have the athleticism to make you hurt on the edges. And that time, good blocks that time. Malachi Brown out there on the edge doing a good job of sustaining his block, but keeping his hands within the framework of the defender, not drawing that penalty. It's so hard to run the ball on the edge because you're right in front of the referee. So if you're able to avoid that penalty, that's good for Shepherd, but
and unfortunately spoke too soon. There is that penalty flag, and let's push it back. And it's been turnovers and penalties to start this game on both sides. So that'll take what was a very strong run of about 25 yards, and we'll turn it into a loss of 7.
So an unfortunate break that time for Shepherd, but you see that they are making a concerted effort to keep that ball on the ground. You want to stay ahead of the chains, but right now, with a couple of big penalties, second and long really kind of forces your hand here because you certainly don't want to be facing a 3rd and 10 after this, or a 3rd and long, I should say.
13:25 remaining in the opening quarter. Shepherd taking on number 4 Slippery Rock in the first PSAC game of the year for both. There is the snap. The give, that is to Reinhardt. He's going to bounce it to this near side, gets up near the 35-yard line where he is met by a host of Slippery Rock defenders, a gain of a couple, and that brings up a 3rd and long. And we went from what we thought was going to be a 1st and goal inside the 5 to, how about let's go about a 3rd and 15.
Again, that was Gregory and Thompson in on the tackle, and Gregory had a good game versus Shepherd last year. He had 6 tackles, 3 of those solo, also a tackle for a loss, so a very active linebacker in that Rock linebacking core. We were talking about earlier in the game, Slippery Rock, no true mascot, just goes by The Rock. So you'll hear a lot of The Rock today as Hardyway lines up in the shotgun. He will drop back to pass, steps up in the pocket, and avoids the sack, is now inside the 30 and dives ahead for a few extra yards, not near the first down marker. Will bring up a 4th down and long, and I believe we will see for the first time today the Shepherd field goal team to try to get an early 3-0 lead in this football game. Great job avoiding the sack, though, and staying in field goal position. Absolutely. That delay blitz coming off the edge, that was nickelback Joshua Hayes getting back there in the backfield, and we didn't have a chance to see Hardyway really pull the ball down and run the ball, but that time able to pick up some valuable yards, and let's see if this Rams special teams unit is able to make the most of it. That is Max Barta set to kick it. That ball will be held at the 34-yard line. Kick is up from the near hash. Does it have the leg? No. Off the right upright, no good. And we've just about seen the exact same field position for starting for both teams now, as that'll be the ball at the 34-yard line for Slippery Rock. And just a crazy way to start this football game for both teams. Penalties, turnovers, and really costly penalties with that. And again, Shepherd had an opportunity to get some points off the turnover and coming up a bit short on that. And Barta started out strong last week, went 2 for 2 with some pretty long field goals, but that time not able to get it hooked just enough to get it inside that upright. And now Slippery Rock getting the ball back, like you mentioned, with some pretty good field position, and they were able to dodge a bullet right there in that early exchange. Vespo starts in the pistol before moving Jordan to his right on the near side hash of the 35-yard line. That give is to J.J. Jordan right up the middle, looking for running room, nowhere to go. A couple of Ram helmets there after a short gain of just about 1. That time, Mekhi Young in on the tackle, the 6', 185-pound junior from White Plains, Maryland. And again, Jay Jordan, a patient run, trying to let his big uglies up front do all the dirty work. And when he tried to pop it outside, that's when that Shepherd defender was there, able to bring him down. And again, that's going to be critical for the Shepherd defense. You got to win on first down if you want to set up those 2nd and long and 3rd and longs and try to get off the field. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Again, that initial pistol look for Slippery Rock. It is Vespo with J.J. Jordan behind him in the backfield.
Ball at the 26-yard line. Shepherd showing blitz initially. Play action pass, and quickly back in the backfield, and just getting in the way is Vespo. There was a receiver in the area, so no intentional grounding, but a great rush so far for Shepherd, and we see that front seven hard at work so far, Travis.
And he threw the ball in the direction of tight end Carson Heckathorn, and the tight end did a good job of bailing his quarterback out, Vespo. Again, he's looking like he's having some struggles. Last week only completed 52% of his passes, so not a very accurate passer. And one of the ways that you can kind of exploit that, send that rush, and you can see instantly that his eyes dropped from going downfield. He was worried about that rush and did everything he could to get rid of the ball, almost getting an intentional grounding call on that last play.
And how about Heckathorn? 6'5", 240. Quite a frame for the tight end.
He passes the eye test for the tight end.
Shotgun snap for Vespo. The give is to Jordan off the right guard. He gets a few yards up to the 30-yard line with a little push at the end to gain an extra yard. It'll bring up a 3rd down and manageable, or make that 4th down, as that was 3rd down for Slippery Rock, and they will be forced to punt the ball.
And again, just running that ball. Maybe you get lucky. Maybe you break a tackle and rip it off and pick up that 1st down. But more importantly, you want to give your punter a little bit of space to work with. And not showing the strongest leg so far this season. He only had 3 punts last week, averaging just over 31 yards per punt. So want to give him a little bit more room to operate with and not put your defense in a hole.
And was Kevin Roberts getting the punt off for Slippery Rocks? Looks like Batten back to return the kick for Shepherd. He gets up to the 39-yard line, and that is where the Rams will start their 2nd offensive possession of the day. 10:21 to go in this first quarter. Still zeros across the board. Shepherd at Slippery Rock.
And let's see if this Shepherd offense can get into more of a rhythm. And so far, this hasn't been a rhythm kind of game. Like you mentioned, turnovers, penalties, injuries. It's been hard for either team to really settle into a rhythm, but now Shepherd has a chance to do just that on this drive. They did a good job of trying to establish the run on that first drive of the game. Let's see if they try to stick with the ground game and pound the rock, so to speak.
Good field position. So you got to take advantage of the field position at some point. You can't have 2 drives in the first quarter starting like this and not get points out of it. Pistol look for Shepherd to start. A couple men in motion early. That is Brown in motion. The give is to Swinehard. He cuts it back up the middle, gets back near the line of scrimmage. Maybe a half yard, but not much else.
And Slippery Rock using a 4-down lineman look on that time. And they're trying to run off of that right side. We know that Shepherd offensive line, that's their strength. But that time, Brian Young did a good job of setting an edge, and not only that, he's able to shed the block and bring down the ball carrier. That's Brian Young, the 6'1", 230-pound redshirt freshman, showing why that young man's out there on the field. If he's able to anchor against the run like that against a veteran right tackle, certainly he's going to be able to make some plays for you throughout the course of the year.
Shotgun formation, 1 receiver close to the line on this near side, 2 spread out on the far side. It is Swinehart with Hardyway in the backfield. Hardyway drops back to pass. He's going to tuck and run again. Lowers his shoulder, gets up near the 45-yard line. That will set up a 3rd and manageable coming up for the Rams, and this is the 2nd time early. We've seen him drop back in the pocket and look for a receiver. It's not an initial thought to run, but has to tuck it and try to get what yards he can.
And again, you want to try to take advantage of that soft zone. You see Slippery Rock just trying to keep everything in front of them, and that's going to leave open some open running lanes, and so far Hardyway's been able to take advantage of that, and you hope over the course of the game you force that Slippery Rock into making a decision. Are they going to use a spy? And if they do put somebody in there, or maybe they blitz, that's going to be one less person in coverage and hopefully open up something in the passing game downfield. But right now Hardyway just showing one of his many tools that he brings to that Rams offense, and if he's able to pull it down and have success running, that's going to open up things a little bit more for the offense.
I believe we're looking at maybe a hit to the head and having to go off for a play for Hardyway's Ezra Bajent, number 13 in your program's making his way onto the field. And it looks like the way that the referee is talking to the coaching staff, that is more than likely what it's going to be, is taking a look at a possible hit to the head for Hardyway. Both teams will go to the bench, and Shepherd will call a timeout. Let's go ahead and take a 30-second break, and we'll come back. 9:10 remaining in the first quarter, still tied at 0.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
9:10 remaining in the opening quarter as Shepherd and Slippery Rock still tied at 0 in the first PSAC game of the year for both. The Rams coming in 0-1. Slippery Rock, number 4 in all the land, coming in at 1-0. 3rd down and 4 coming up for the Shepherd offense. Still looking to see if it's going to be Hardyway that comes back into the game or whether it's going to be Ezra Bajan taking a snap or two for the Rams, as we believe there was a high hit or some contact to the head of Mike Hardyway, and that caused Shepherd to take a timeout to evaluate their grad transfer quarterback.
And it may be something where they took the timeout so Hardyway could return to the game and not have to sit out a play. So you got the timeouts, especially in the first half. There's no reason to be stingy with your timeouts. Go ahead and use it. And make sure you have that group out there and have everybody on the same page. But right now it looks like Ezra Bajan is in the huddle with that offensive unit. So is Hardyway. So there's still some confusion even after the timeout. And you see the Slippery Rock coach, he's kind of looking over asking what's the holdup.
This is a long timeout we are seeing here as we took 30 and waited a few before getting play going again still.
This is a luxurious timeout that the Shepherd Rams are taking.
And I can't say I blame the Slippery Rock coaching staff for this one. These two teams first met on the 24th of September in 1960. What were you doing on that day, Travis?
Since I was about negative 20 years old.
And Slippery Rock got the win 19-7. They have alternated wins the last 3. It was Slippery Rock in 2019. 2022 was Shepherd. Last year was Slippery Rock. So we'll see if that trend continues. If so, it'll be Shepherd walking away with the win today as we look like we are getting ready to roll again with 9:10 remaining in the first quarter. It's a 3rd down and 4 for the Rams. Neither team really able to get in any sort of rhythm yet, whether it's penalties, whether it's injuries, whether it's turnovers. Both teams looking to get in that rhythm as it looks like Mike Hardyway is in the huddle for the Rams. So Ezra Bajan going to stay on the sideline for the time being.
Again, another big delay in the action, but now looks like the play has been called and the Rams break the huddle. And let's see if the Rams can convert this.
Swinehart in the backfield with Hardyway. 3 receivers bunched up to the far side, 1 to the near side. And looks like some movement on the left side of the line. That is Caleb Herb, the left guard, that's jumping a little early. And that's something, if you're a coaching staff, you got to be frustrated with. You have that much downtime. You know exactly what the snap count's going to be. You know what the play is going to be. You can't jump right there on a 3rd and 4.
And again, you go from a 3rd and good, and now you're 3rd and long, and now your hand's kind of forced. So you can certainly see a change of a defensive attack for Slippery Rock. So now there's really no reason for them to play it cautious. They're probably going to send some heat and try to force Hardyway's hand into making a quick decision. And it's going to be on the Rock to make a good tackle. You know the ball's coming out quick, so those defensive linemen, get your hands up.
3 receivers now, all spread out to the far side of the field. Shepherd on this near hash. Hardyway with Swinehart in the backfield in the shotgun. Drops back to pass. Hardyway across the middle. That one wide open receiver at the 40-yard line inside of the 35. Almost down to the 30, or make that the 31-yard line. And the biggest offensive play of the day for Shepherd, and that was Cordell Batten, the junior, with the reception there across the middle.
And good play design that time. You saw Malachi Brown running underneath, and that was just enough to influence those linebackers to step forward a little bit. And Batten was able to take advantage of that extra space behind that second level of the defense and did a good job of getting some yards after the catch. I think that's going to be critical for Shepherd today. If you want to use that passing game, that means you're going to have to really put an emphasis on getting yards after the catch, breaking a tackle, making somebody miss, and that way getting those chunk plays that they sorely lacked last week versus Frostburg.
Malachi Brown in motion, pistol formation to give us to Swinehart with Brown as his front blocker and gets to the 30-yard line, but no more. Grant Swinehart looking to bounce it to the outside, and it seems like that's the MO of the Shepherd running backs today is, hey, we're going to start between the tackles and try to bounce it outside, and and turn the corner. This is a very good slippery rock team. I'm not sure how much you're going to be able to succeed if that's your running game plan. You're going to have to figure out how to run between the tackles at some point in this game.
And there's something going on in the backfield where those last a couple of times where they've ran out of that pistol formation, that zone read look, it's been a long time for the running back to get that ball, and by the time he gets to the line of scrimmage, the defense is all over.
And right on cue between the tackles, it's Swinehart inside the 15 to the 12-yard line, and that is the best run of the day so far. No flags for the first time either. That's the first big run we've seen where there is no flags. And how about inside the red zone for the first time in this ball game? And it's the Shepherd Rams that'll have a 1st and 10 on the far hash at the 12-yard line.
And Swinehart working out of that sidecar position, a little bit quicker hitter of a play, and you see he was able to get into the line and threw it much faster, and it was a good block that time by tight end Chan Lown coming up, sealing that block as he's folding inside. So good physical play on the inside, and Swinehart's able to do the rest.
Shotgun formation. The give once again is to Swinehart. He lowers that shoulder, gets inside the 11 down near the 10-yard line. It'll bring up 2nd down and about 8.
And again, you're seeing success when Rams are having those quicker hitter type runs, and they're not giving that defense a chance to read and react. And
looks like Swinehart looked like he was having a bit of an equipment malfunction, but now we see a timeout called. And both teams going to go back to their sidelines, it looks like. But never mind, Shepherd will come back pretty quick.
So maybe it was the official that called it. It was an equipment timeout.
Who knows in this game so far? We've had just about everything in a 0-0 football game with 6:28, 6:27 on a running first quarter clock.
For a scoreless game, that's a lot of action so far.
Barnett, now you're running back to the left of Hardyway and a false start. I think the center in that case was the one that didn't have the snap count, because just about 10 other guys on that line of scrimmage moved. And once again, Shepherd killing themselves with penalties. We saw the 3rd and 4 that turned into a 3rd and long earlier. Shepherd did convert, but you can have penalties in big situations like this early in the ball game.
And again, you have the positive plays, but those positive plays are kind of watered down when you keep on having these miscues and putting more of an emphasis on just trying to make big plays. And again, you're not going to have many opportunities versus a slippery rock ball club like this. So again, not doing yourselves any favors. The Rams still have an opportunity to get a 1st down without getting into the end zone. But again, you're right there knocking on the door. You don't want to shoot yourself in the foot.
Barnett in the backfield with Hardyway in the shotgun formation. Blocking tight end to the left. That give is to Barnett right up the middle. He bounces inside the 10-yard line, down to the 5, lowers that shoulder down to the 3-yard line, and that'll be close to a Shepherd 1st down. We'll see where they mark the football.
That time Barnett is just blasting that defense. Strong safety Mike Henwood tried to come up and try to slow down his momentum, but he wound up taking the brunt of it. The 6'2", 185-pound redshirt senior, one of the few guys that were full-time starters last year, wrapped up 72 tackles, 42 of those solo, also had 3 interceptions and 6 pass breakups. So one of the elite defenders that you're going to see here in the PSAC.
A yard short of the 1st down. It'll bring up a 3rd down and 1 inside the 5-yard line. Malachi Brown in motion. The give is to Barnett up the middle. Lowers that shoulder. That's giving up for a 1st down. Can he find the goal line with the push? He does. It's a Shepherd Ram touchdown.
And again, you got to push the pile. Good job that time. Again, the tight end, Lown, number 85, getting in there and making his presence felt without getting even a chance to touch the ball, being a huge impact on the run game that time, running with him. And looks like it was Jester on that side. And the tight end's doing the dirty work, moving the crowd and getting them into the end zone. And again, you see the Rams making a concerted effort to play a much more physical style of football this week.
Max Barta looking to make it a even 7 as he sets up for the point after. There's the snap, the hole, the kick is up, and it is good. 5:13 remaining in the opening quarter. Shepherd takes a 7-0 lead. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10. We're back in a minute.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. We have been challenged to sell 20 new and used vehicles each and every day for the rest of the year. This means you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the largest Ford store on the I-81 corridor, ranked among the top dealerships in the country in sales volume and customer satisfaction. If you are even thinking about buying a new car, now is the time. Visit HagerstownFord.com and choose your new ride, and we will bring it to you. You will sign all the documents from your phone and skip that awful finance process that consumes your entire day in the dealership. Let's recap. Hagerstown Ford must sell 20 vehicles a day. You will sign all the documents from your phone on your time. We will bring your new ride to you, and you're done. It's that easy. If you don't like it, return it. Our return policy is better than Walmart, and our buying experience is better than Amazon. And you save thousands. Hagerstown Ford is the #1 Ford store from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C., from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland. Now, we want to be the #1 Ford store in the nation.
Hagerstown Ford, right off Interstate 81, across from the Valley Mall.
5:13 remaining in quarter number one. Shepherd following the touchdown run from Jordan Barnett, taking a 7-0 lead. Opening kickoff, or the ensuing kickoff, I should say, coming up from Max Barta. We'll tell you that touchdown drive summary after this return. There is the kick. Back to return is going to be Kanye Thompson and J.J. Jordan. That return gets across the 20. Still going is Jordan as he retreats back inside the 20. And that is going to be a good coverage point when you're looking back at film next week, as Slippery Rock will start at the 20-yard line.
And you see that was a point of emphasis coming into today's game. You look back at that Frostburg game, and it was a lot of big returns for both teams. So you see the Rams, their special teams unit, they were really shining in that first week contest versus Frostburg, and they're looking to continue that trend here against a very difficult Slippery Rock ball club. And again, you back them up to the 20. Not the best field position for Slippery Rock, so let's see if the defense can take advantage of having the momentum on their sideline here early on.
Vespo in the shotgun formation, J.J. Jordan. Make that the pistol formation. Jordan behind him. Sending his tight end out wide on the far side. Vespo going to drop back to pass, looking right. Looks like he's looking for a receiver deep downfield and overthrows the intended target. That is Carson Hecker. Make that not Heckathorn on the outside. Make that Joe White on the outside, the intended receiver.
Joe White, transferring over from Missouri Baptist last year. He had 43 catches for 807 yards and 8 touchdowns last year, so can be a threat on the outside, and Rams did a good job of slowing him down on that play.
Quentin Harrison, the running back behind Anthony Vespo, or to the right of Anthony Vespo, as he drops back to pass. Fades away. It's going to be a screen pass, and that is Harrison getting the ball. He's across the 25 up to the 27-yard line. Third down coming up for Slippery Rock. It'll be a 3rd and short.
Fluke doing a good job of retreating. As you're taught as a defensive lineman, you see that screen pass. You want to drop back and retreat, double track on your steps. And that time Fluke did a good job of running the running back down from behind. Very close to punching that ball out on that play.
3rd down and 3. Vespo with the hard count. Now we'll switch up the alignment. Send a receiver in motion each way. Hard to miss Heckerthorn. We talked about him earlier, the 6'5" tight end. You always see him going in motion. There is the snap. Vespo looking right, and that is caught right at the sticks, and that'll be a 1st down for Slippery Rocks. Slippery Rock making that catch. Ethan Trettel.
Did a good job. Nothing fancy. He got to the sticks, turned around, showed the quarterback his numbers, and Vespo was able to deliver that ball on time and accurately.
1st down and 10 for Slippery Rock, the 35-yard line in their own territory. Shotgun formation. We haven't seen anybody under center yet for each team. There's the play-action pass. Vespo looking right. Going to find a man in the flats. That is his tight end up to the 37-yard line. And 6 or 7-yard gain for Carson Heckathorn.
Again, like we mentioned, Heckathorn, 6'5", 240 pounds. Big guy. Always nice to see the tight end get involved in the game. Sometimes they can be forgotten, but if you got one, that's such a big weapon, and that's where you're going to get a lot of your mismatches that you can take advantage of as an offense. If you got a tight end that you can move around, flex him out in the slot a little bit, certainly gives you a lot of versatility in your offense.
Shotgun formation on a 2nd down and 3. It is Quentin Harrison in the backfield. He will get the football up the middle, avoids one tackler, gets enough for the 1st down as he gets up around the 41.5, 42-yard line. And now the Slippery Rock offense starting to get in a little bit of a rhythm.
And again, the running back makes that shift during the pre-snap, getting in that sidecar position. He's going to hit the hole a little bit quicker when he's able to get in that position. And that time, Kyrie Wembley was able to bring down the ball carrier, but at that point, the Rock had already collected the 1st down.
1st down and 10, ball at the Slippery Rock 41-yard line. As we inch closer to the end of the 1st quarter, 2:30 and counting. Shepherd with a 7-0 lead. There is a little read option, and Vespo is going to keep it on the outside. He nears midfield and steps out right at that 50-yard line. And right now, Slippery Rock running the football at will on this drive.
We keep mentioning his name. He runs behind his big tight end, Heckathorn, once again. And Vespo, that's something that they're going to have to use to kind of get him into the rhythm of the game. Not a big scrambler, but it's always nice to show something to make that defense kind of think, maybe hesitate a little bit more on when they're crashing down inside. But Vespo making a good read, pulls it, gets outside of that defensive end, and uses his big blocking tight end to lead the way. And a nice chunk play for that Slippery Rock offense.
They now are inside Shepherd territory as they did give him the 49-yard line on the Shepherd side of the 50, first down and 10 for the Rock. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers to this near side. It's a play-action pass for Vespo. Went with the pump fake, nobody there. Now pointing downfield to a receiver who has it inside the 25-yard line, down around the 22, and a great catch on a broken play by Ethan Tretell.
And again, Tretell, he wanted to get that quick slant, but good defense that time by Shepherd. Knocked him off his route. But we saw that in the first game against Frostburg. When the quarterback's able to get outside and make plays with their legs and extend the play, Shepherd has some breakdowns in that secondary. That's going to be a key today for that Slippery Rock offenses. Are they going to be able to extend those plays and try to, one, recreate those miscommunications in the back end of that Shepherd defense and be able to exploit it? And that time, Vespo was able to connect with his wide receiver and pick up a big first down.
We've now seen his arsenal just on this drive. He's run the football. He's created some longer plays, and we've seen the quick release from him. So we're seeing Anthony Vespo, the senior, and what he is capable of on this drive. He takes a snap, immediately looks left, and now he's going to tuck it and run inside the 20-yard line down near the 19. So this is the Anthony Vespo drive right now.
And Mekhi Young able to come up and make the tackle on that play. But again, you have a quarterback. He's not going to kill you with his accuracy. Like we said last week, only completing 52% of his passes. You look back at his previous career, he had a couple of different stops at Northern State University and only completes 60% of his passes, just shy of that. So not an overly accurate quarterback, but he is able to help out his offense in a variety of ways. And like we mentioned, able to pull that ball down and make some plays with his legs.
15 seconds left on a running first quarter clock. Slippery Rock inside the Shepherd 20. Vespo, once again, little hesitation on the run. He will take it himself, now inside the 15-yard line, and that should be the end of the first quarter with Shepherd still in the lead, 7-0, but Slippery Rock is driving and driving hard on this drive. Let's go ahead and take a 60-second break. We'll come back for the start of the second quarter. It is Shepherd 7, Slippery Rock 0. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Get ready to rumble! In this quarter, weighed in at 7 ounces, Rock's Delicious Chicken Sandwich. In quarter number 2, at 1/4 pound, Rock's Delicious Burger. Who's the best? You decide.
We brought the beach to you. Get Rock's Crab Cake Sandwich with 70% real crab meat.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
The Shepherd Rams with a 7-0 lead as we start the beginning of quarter number 2 over Slippery Rock. 3rd down and 3 coming up for the Rock. Want to thank Hagerstown Ford for being our first quarter sponsor in this game. The first quarter brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Visit HagerstownFord.com for more information. Teams flip the sides of the field as it'll be a 3rd down and 3, Slippery Rock right at the 15-yard line, deep in Shepherd territory. This is their first time in the red zone so far today.
And a different look out there. You see Vespo, he's lined up as a wide receiver.
There is the snap. It'll be the give, or the take up the middle, I should say. And on that carry, number 10, that'll be Crenshaw with the carry.
And one of their backup tight ends, and just going with a wildcat look. And third and short, and that's one of the difficult things that you're going to have to face as a defense. When you're in third and short, that's when those creative offensive coordinators are going to be able to reach deep into their bag of tricks and bring out a wildcat look like that. So you have to be disciplined. You have to have put in the work during the week to be ready for something like that.
Demetri Crenshaw once again lined up in the backfield. That ball rolled back to him, but first some penalty flags thrown. And some movement along the line. It'll be a false start, pushing Slippery Rock back 5 yards, and they were looking for that wildcat look again.
And again, that's some of the problems that you're going to run into because those offensive linemen, they get used to a certain cadence from their starting quarterback. So when you bring in somebody different, it might be wise just to go in there and you go on a type of a silent count, but you're going to have those issues because you're having a guy back there taking that shotgun snap that's not practicing that a lot every single day. So there is a risk to taking your starting quarterback out and going on these wildcat looks, and you see Slippery Rock not wanting to risk it anymore. Anthony Vespo checks back in at quarterback.
Yeah, back in the pistol, J.J. Jordan behind him. We hadn't seen Jordan in a little while. It had been Quentin Harrison. And a bootleg here as Vespo rolls to the near side, looking back to a wide-open receiver, and that's J.J. Jordan. He's at the 5-yard line, cuts to the outside and into the end zone. And how about that for Slippery Rock? Roll back to the near side, throw back to the sideline, and a good play call for the Rock as they draw back to within a point, extra point pending.
And that's Slippery Rock trying to take advantage. They know Shepherd has a fast defense. They're going to be quick to react to any type of ball fake. And that time, able to take advantage of it. And a good job of those offensive linemen getting downfield for Slippery Rock. That was Big Joe Cooper and Eli Podgorski out there leading the way for the running back. And again, a little bit of creativity that time for Slippery Rock and some easy throws for Vespo to get on the board for Slippery Rock.
Billy Letch on to try the extra point. There is the snap, the hold, the kick. It is up. And it is good. Tied at 7, 13:57 remaining in quarter number 2. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors. And good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
13:57 remaining in quarter number 2. Slippery Rock ties it up at Shepherd as Billy Leck gets ready to kick it back off to the Rams. There is the kick. Is Yazier and Brown back to return that ball. Bounce to the 22 and able to just get on it is Carrington Nickens Yazier. And that's where Shepherd will start this offensive drive.
And you know Slippery Rock, they're going to be wary to kick the ball deep, so you're going to see a lot of pooch kicks, a lot of directional kicks, not wanting to give Shepherd a chance to get off a big return. Like we mentioned, Carrington Nickens Yazier had a good week in that first week against Frostburg, averaging just over 25 yards per carry, and he had a long of just over 36 yards. So he is a threat to house it anytime he gets his hands on the ball. So Slippery Rock wanting to limit those opportunities, want to use some directional kicks, a little bit of trickeration to try to keep that Rams special teams unit off balance.
And as we watched that replay, that ball taking a Slippery Rock bounce, looked like some backspin on a pitching wedge with the way that football landed at the 22-yard line.
And again, if you're able to get that good blooper, get some height on it, and get it to drop right down on that 30-yard line, you're going to have a chance to possibly get some almost a deeper onside kick.
Hardyway with Barnett to start at the 25-yard line on this Shepherd offensive drive. Bit of a hard count to start. Now looks around and adjusts the offense. There is the snap and end around. Going to the far side, that is Batten that gets across the 30-yard line and rolls ahead. We'll see where they mark him down. Did he lose the football momentarily?
He didn't lose the football, but he did lose his footing. That time Barnett doing a good job of getting out there on the edge, sealing off that defender to the outside, and he does a good job of cutting inside the block, but he Gets tripped up by his own guys. He tries to get north and south on that play, but a good first down play for Shepherd. And again, you want to stay ahead of the chains. You want to stay on schedule. And by running that ball, it's going to help set up some play action pass and possibly wear that defense down.
Yeah, saw him get tripped up, but also that right arm swing up. Wasn't sure where that was bobbling on the way down. 2nd down and 5 for the Rams. There is a play action pass, quick out to the 35-yard line. That's a first down and more. Great second effort for Jaden Ashby. First down Rams.
And again, Ashby coming in. Transferred from Southern Utah, had 3 catches last week for 48 yards. So he is a player that Shepherd's really expecting a lot from this season, and that time able to convert the first down. And again, good things happen when you're able to run the ball and have success on first down. That really puts the pressure on the defense to have to honor those run fakes because they don't want to give up that 3rd and short. So even if you're not getting big chunks in the run game, it always pays dividends to stick with it, especially early on.
Hardyway and Barnett in the backfield, 2 receivers each side of the formation. Hardyway will take the snap on the far hash, looking deep down the right side, and that ball is caught inside the 30-yard line down near the 20 before finally being pushed out, and a great catch and run by Cordell Batten. First down Rams. They're moving again.
And again, the Rams able to take advantage. A lot of peeking in the backfield on that play. It looks like Henwood was the guilty party. He's peeking in the backfield, and that time Batten was able just to get in right behind that second level of the defense, and you're starting to see Hardaway getting much more comfortable in the offense this week. Ran the ball a couple of times on that first drive. You see the play-action passes coming together. Now you're starting to see him develop a little bit of confidence and, more importantly, a little bit of chemistry with his guys on the outside.
Keeping Barnett in the backfield with Hardaway. Snap will come from the far hash. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Ball snap from the 22-yard line and a quick pitch to Barnett. Nowhere to go. A quick stutter step and is able to lower that shoulder and maybe salvage the line of scrimmage back on that, turning a little bit of something from nothing as the exterior defense for Slippery Rock in the backfield quickly.
And that time, Makai Twilley, he wasn't able to make the tackle, but he certainly made the play, just able to blow up that block on the outside, forcing the running back to stretch it out a little bit more. And you'll see that these nose guards, they have him listed as a nose guard. These nose guards for the Slippery Rock defense, very active in the run game. Twilley had 4 tackles last week.
Power pistol to the left is what Shepherd is showing right now. The ball will be snapped from the 22-yard line again. There is the give to Barnett. He goes right up the middle as he lowers his shoulder to the 10, the 5. He's in the end zone. It's a 22-yard run and a Shepherd touchdown.
Shepherd has been having success pounding that ball, not even in between the tackles. They've had their success running the ball in between the guards. We remember that long 70-yard run in week 1 for Swinehart. And again, Barnett able to take it, and all you need is a little bit of daylight. When you're running north and south in between the hash marks like that, you're able to get good yards. And again, you see that freight train running at you. Nobody wants that smoke. And you see those arm tackles. He's running right through it. He's going to take it into the end zone.
We've seen him lower the shoulder and see the physicality. We've seen the breakaway speed for Jordan Barnett. Barta on for the extra point. That one up and good. 14-7. Shepherd leads Slippery Rock. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Remember all the sports we played when we were kids?
Oh yeah, swimming, tennis, basketball,
Football, soccer, track. I loved winning.
I still do.
Our competitive spirit is still going strong.
But now we use it to win for our clients. If you've been hurt in almost heaven,
call the Sevens, 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, Private Wealth Advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
14-7, Shepherd leads Slippery Rock with 11:08 remaining in quarter number 2. It was a Jordan Barnett 22-yard touchdown run to give the Rams the lead back after Slippery Rock's offense was rolling on their last offensive drive. They will get the football back as Max Barta sets to kick it off. Back to return for Slippery Rock is Thompson and J.J. Jordan. There is the kick. lands right near the 20-yard line, takes a bounce. That will be Thompson starting the return. He's up to the 20-yard line, and once again, the Shepherd coverage team very strong to start this game. This is the second straight drive that Slippery Rock will start right around that 20-yard line. They mark this one right about the 21.
And Amarion Manuel in on the tackle. And again, you just see the athletes that Shepherd brings in. They are built for special teams plays, and they're able to get down there and cover. And again, making Slippery Rock having to drive pretty much the length of the field. Again, they wanted to play that field position battle, and so far they've had the edge early on.
That last scoring drive was brought to you by Senate Finance Chair Jason Barrett. It was a 5-play, 75-yard touchdown drive, taking 2 minutes and 49 seconds off the clock, and like we said, a 22-yard touchdown run for Jordan Barnett. Slippery Rock with the football, a quick out to the outside. The big tight end with that catch, and that's a first down and more. A quick pitch and catch. Carson Heckathorn with the first down for the Rock.
Heckathorn, a nice check down option, and again, Shepherd having get burned in the first week of the season, really paying cautious out there on the edge, want to keep everything in front of them, and you leave open those big tight ends underneath, and Heckathorn able to do a good job of getting the catch and picking up some yards after that catch. And again, he's a hard guy to bring down.
First down and 10, 34-yard line, play action pass. Vespo looks to his left once again, finds Heckathorn, lowers his shoulder and gets pushed out of bounds near the 40-yard line. A gain of 6, second down and 4 upcoming for the Rock.
A big hit that time as he was going out of bounds. Fortunate for Shepherd, it was close enough to the sidelines where he wasn't going to get a late hit on that play, but that was a pretty close call. And again, Shepherd not doing a good job of getting pressure on Vespo. He's had plenty of time here. These past couple of drives, he's been able to set his feet and throw. And it might be something where the Shepherd defensive front really not wanting to get penetration, trying to maintain, contain, and make him beat him from the pocket. So I can certainly understand either way how that Shepherd defense wants to approach it.
They give this to J.J. Jordan. He is swallowed up in the backfield near the initial line of scrimmage, and a host of Rams in the backfield, and that'll push back the Rock. Great play by Shepherd's defense.
Looks like Reggie Snowden was in on that play. The 5'10", 180-pound sophomore from Frederick, Maryland was able to get back there. He missed the tackle initially, but he's able to stick with it and then able to bring down the ball carrier. And a good defensive stop that time, forcing Slippery Rock into a 3rd and long situation. And let's see if Vespo is able to make plays from the pocket. That's what it seems like Shepherd is trying to do. They're not sending blitzes. They want to try to play coverage, keep everything in front of them, and more importantly, keep Vespo in the pocket.
3rd down and 7 for Slippery Rock. 9:20 on a running second quarter clock. Shepherd leads 14-7. Snap is from the far side hash mark. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. There is the snap to Vespo. He looks left the entire way, and the catch made right near the sticks, and I think it's going to be enough by John Sabo for the first down. First time we've called his name as the redshirt sophomore. He goes 6'2", 205, and gets just enough, and a great heads-up play by the sophomore to know where the first down marker was and make that curl route right there.
And that'll make Sabo's first catch of the season. He was held without a catch in that first game versus Franklin Pierce for Slippery Rock.
Ball rolled back to Vespo, and he has to fall on it back at the 35-yard line.
And this is the second time that we've seen a funky snap come back from that Slippery Rock offensive line. So far, Dom Clifford having a little bit of difficulty up front. So not sure if that Rams defensive front is kind of getting into his head a little bit, but got to get that corrected. We saw once down towards the goal line when they were in that Wildcat package, rolled one back on the carpet, and that time fired it behind the quarterback. So you got to get that quarterback center exchange down pat.
There's a snap to Vespo. He will roll to this near side. Immediately a defender in his face and taken down in the backfield. Nathan Muley on the tackle, on the sack, I should say.
And Nathan Muley picking up from where he left off last week, had 8 tackles. Was one of the leading tacklers for this Rams defense, including a sack on a very elusive quarterback for Frostburg. So that time, Nathan Muley just gives Shepherd such a huge weapon on that edge. He's able to get a pass rush. He's also a very stout run defender. So a versatile chess piece up front for that Rams defense and able to come up big for the Rams.
Muley, a local product, went to Jefferson High School, just down the road, about 15 minutes from the campus of Shepherd University. I remember calling his high school games his senior year. Vespo by himself in the backfield, a quick screen to the far side with some room to run, some blocking up front, but a long way to go on a 3rd and 30, and not nearly what they need to gain on that. It'll be 4th down, and Slippery Rock going to be forced to punt the football away. Shepherd going to get the football back with a 14-7 lead as we near the halfway point of the second quarter.
And again, that Rams defense able to win early in the series, and that's going to set up 3rd and long. And again, you're not going to have too many plays in your playbook for 3rd and 30. And Slippery Rock just having to settle for, we're going to get a little bit of space for our punter. And let's see if we can dig ourselves out of this hole. But right now, this Rams defense playing with a little bit of nasty this week. The team overall playing with a lot of nasty this week. You can certainly see that was a point of emphasis coming into today's ball game.
Kevin Roberts grabs a low snap and is able to get that football away. Batten going to return it. He's going to start moving backwards at the 24-yard line, gets to the 25, and a shoestring tackle as he falls forward near the 26-yard line, and that's where Shepherd will start this drive.
Kevin Roberts did a good job of just having to pick that ball up off the turf, able to get the kickoff on time, and Batten did a good job. Again, all you're really hoping, you're going to have good field position. Just hold on to the ball. And he was able to pick up a yard or two here or there, but I think the most important thing is Shepherd wanted possession, and they get that offense back out on the field. This Rams offense is rolling, and they're doing it on the ground.
Second quarter of our broadcast brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, located at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one. First, Parsons. First down and 10. Ball placed at the 26-yard line. Shepherd probably looking to not only put a long drive together here, but definitely work some clock. The Rams will receive the second half kickoff, so a possible 2-for-1 opportunity here, and already with a 7-point lead, they could do some damage. 6:35 is the snap to Hardyman, or Hardyway, I should say. Give up the middle for a few yards.
That was Swinehart picking up the hard-earned yards, and that was Trevor Valenti, the 6'1", 290-pound redshirt junior, one of the leading tacklers on this unit. Last week versus Franklin Pierce, had 8 tackles, 2 solos. So not too often where you see those defensive linemen that are that active in getting tackles. Most of the time you want those big guys up front to eat up those offensive linemen and keep your linebackers free. Not the case for Slippery Rock. Very active defensive line. They will impose themselves on the run game.
Play action pass as Hardaway rolls to his right, looks downfield. An acrobatic catch. Is the catch made by Brown? It is. 1 foot in right at midfield. First down, Shepherd.
Again, that little bootleg action coming back, and Malachi Brown doing a good job of working back to his quarterback. He didn't wait for that pass to get to him. He worked back towards the football and was able to get that 1 foot down inbounds and corral it. And once again, setting up Shepherd. They looked like they moved him back a little bit. Thought he was going to be setting up in Slippery Rock territory.
Right at midfield. Looking down, splitting that S in half for Slippery Rock at midfield. Shotgun formation. The give is to Swinehart. Tries to bounce outside the tackle. No dice there. Does get into Slippery Rock territory, but just by a yard. Gets to the 49-yard line. Second down and 9 upcoming for the Rams.
But again, you stick with it. You don't get much, but the running game pays dividends that don't necessarily show up in the stat sheet, so you want to stick with it. 2nd and 9, it doesn't seem like much, but is a big improvement over 2nd and 10 because you still have the option to run on 2nd down, and you're not forced into it.
And what this does also, that clock now under 5 minutes before halftime. Little read option, and the give to Swinehart up the middle. Had me fooled there for a second as to who had the football, but it is Swinehart as he lowers his shoulder and gets near the line to gain. Thinks still about a half yard short. 3rd down and short coming up near the 40-yard line for the Rams, and we'll see where they place the ball. And no, they do give him enough for the first down. First down, Shepherd.
Those Rams tight ends really making their presence felt in that running game. That time, Lanza and Jester folding in the middle, almost just your traditional lead play up in the middle. And again, just pounding the center of that Slippery Rock defense with great success.
First down and 10. Shotgun formation at Swinehart, who seems to be switching drive for drive with Jordan Barnett. There's a high snap, and luckily for Shepherd, a penalty flag, because that could have been a whole lot worse than a 5-yard penalty.
And that was something that we saw in that first week versus Frostburg. It was some bad snaps. It was a lot of times where Hardyway had to squat down, almost kneeling down to get the ball back from the center. So that was the first bad snap, hopefully the last bad snap for that Rams offense here in today's contest. Again, you're going up against a very good football team in Slippery Rock. You have to make the most of all your advantages, and most importantly, don't shoot yourself in the foot with silly mistakes.
First down and 15 upcoming. Ball back to the Slippery Rock 45-yard line. Clock runs and is now right at 4 minutes left to play in the first half of this ball game. Receiver in motion, shotgun formation for Mike Hardyway. There is the snap, looking down the middle, now to this near side, fires downfield, and that one caught right on the sideline. Are they going to call him in? No, just out of bounds was a Cordell Batten toe touching that sideline, but apparently a little too far out of bounds. Very tight play, but it looks like that left foot just coming down out of bounds.
He was just trying to plant to come back and work towards the ball, and Hardaway, that was an accurate pass. You try to get it in that hole right behind the corner, but in front of the safety over there on the sidelines, trying to take advantage of that cover two look. And again, Batten made a good job, a great effort to try to bring that ball in, but as he was pressing forward to try to drive on the ball, that 1 foot went out of bounds. And lucky that they didn't get possibly a penalty on that play, because you can't go out of bounds and be the first one to touch it when you come back in.
Quick throw to this near side. That is Swinehart with the catch. He gains 5. That'll bring up a 3rd down and long. And another thing that does, it's going to stop the clock on 3rd down. And while there's not a ton of time left, if you're Shepherd, you got to, if nothing else, keep that clock rolling on this play. Although I would imagine that if Slippery Rock gets a stop here, we'll see a quick timeout.
And you know it's going to be a nip-and-tuck game. You look back to last year's contest in Slippery Rock, they were absolutely loaded with their football team, but still only a 20-10 victory over Shepherd. So these teams are pretty much evenly matched. So it behooves you to play a smart game as far as field position, time of possession, running clock. So do all the little things you can to try to get that win.
Hardyway, a pass over the middle. That one broken up before it gets to the intended receiver. That was Batten. That was the intended receiver on the other end of that play. And I did stand corrected on that previous play. They did say Swinehart was inbounds when he came down, so the clock was running, now stopped following the incomplete pass. And that was good defense by the Slippery Rock secondary.
And that was the nickel corner that time for Slippery Rock. That was Joshua Hayes, able to get his hands in there and did a good job of not drawing the penalty. And now putting a Shepherd team into a difficult position. Now they have to try to punt on a short field.
Deshaun Alexander, first time we've called him today, and that ball gets by him back into Shepherd territory. He tries to punt it, blocked immediately, and falling on it, it looks like is Shepherd at the 40-yard line. And let's see what the call is here and who comes up with the football at the bottom of the pile.
I don't think it matters.
It shouldn't matter. I'm not sure why Shepherd, there was a couple Shepherd players celebrating. It was a blocked punt. But, boy, that could turn the tide before halftime. As a bad snap that Alexander tried to get off at the last minute, and just a host of Slippery Rock white helmets around him, and the 40-yard line moving in for the Rock to end this first half.
And, again, it's just a low snap and just these little miscues. And, again, you cannot afford these type of mistakes versus a team like Slippery Rock. So right now, the Rock getting the ball back in great field position, momentum on their side, all 3 timeouts in their pocket, and 2:58 left on the clock. So this Rams defense, they got to answer the bell one more time to try to get out of this half without giving up any part of this lead.
Vespo in the pistol. It's J.J. Jordan behind him, sends a receiver in motion to the far side. That's where all 3 receivers will start. They give this to J.J. Jordan, avoids a tackle in the backfield, will lower his shoulder and gain 2 yards, 2nd down and 8. Upcoming for Slippery Rock, and I don't think they're in any hurry right now. They're going to milk that clock as much as possible with, as you mentioned, all 3 timeouts still left.
That was Wimberly and Muley in on that tackle. And this is much more their style. They certainly want to keep the ball on the ground, pound it, let all those running backs get a chance. And, again, they want to win that time of possession and wear that defense down. Let that big offensive line impose their will and wear out that defensive front for Shepherd.
Snap to Vespo, immediately a quick screen out. It's going to be a double pass. Looking deep downfield, wide open receiver at the 10, and he will scamper into the end zone. How about that trickeration? Latrell Sutton on the receiving end of that touchdown, and Slippery Rock within a point.
And you can certainly tell that Slippery Rock did their scouting report, looked at that Frostburg game, and picked up one important detail about that Rams secondary. They have a real bad habit of peeking in the backfield. So when things get a little bit extended or the play goes a little bit longer, the Rams secondary just has a bad tendency of looking in the backfield, trying to figure out what's going on, and an offensive coordinator is going to be able to pick up on that. And again, just a big play to end out the half. Wasn't able to chew up a lot of clock, but if you're able to punch the ball in the end zone on a big play like that, you take a shot at that opportunity.
That was Xander McClure with that touchdown throw, extra point up and good. We are tied at 14, 2:12 remaining before a half. It should be a good last 2 minutes. This is Shepherd Rams football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
We are tied at 14. 2:12 remaining in quarter number 2 before the half. Shepherd and Slippery Rock playing a tight football game, which the offenses have come alive in this second quarter. Letch with the kickoff. The return going to start at the 15-yard line and tripped up before he could get to the 20. Is that Brown? Yes, it is on the return. Or make that on the return, not Malachi Brown, but Nick and Jazier on the return. And once again, Shepherd going to have a long field to work with after the first couple drives, starting in really good field position. They've had a lot of field to work with the last couple of drives. 2:09 remaining before halftime. Shepherd still with 2 timeouts, so definitely some room to work with.
Backup running back Luke McCoy able to come in and make that tackle on that play, and he's a player that has done that repeatedly. He is a special teams standout, doesn't get a lot of time to carry the ball, but will make the most of his opportunities on special teams. Last year, had 9 tackles on special teams, 5 of those solo, so doing whatever he can to help out his ball team.
Hardyway drops back to pass across the middle. That one is caught by Batten, works back towards the middle and gains a few extra yards, turns something out of nothing right there as he gains about 5 on that play, middle of the field, so that clock going to run. Nice cutback, though, to gain a few extra yards there for Batten.
And Nick Frisco, the defensive lineman, in on that tackle, 6'2", 275 pounds. He doesn't have a lot of opportunities to tackle wide receivers. He was able to make the most of it on that last play.
Shepherd going to use one of their timeouts, I believe. Did not see the signal as to who took it, but would imagine it was the Rams with 2 minutes left. That last scoring drive brought to you by Senate Finance Chair Jason Barrett. It was a 47-second drive. Only took 2 plays and covered 40 yards. As Xander McClure, a pass complete to Latrell Sutton from 38 yards out, and that is what tied us up at 14. I think if you're the Shepherd faithful, I think if you're head coach Ernie McCook, I think if you can say, hey, we got a 14-14 game against the number 4 team in the country going into halftime, you'd take it. But, boy, 21-14 with Shepherd in the lead, getting the ball back would sound a whole lot sweeter if they could get a scoring drive here.
And again, their first game of the season versus Frostburg, able to end that first half on a very big play. They want to try to go into halftime this week with a lot of momentum on their side. But, again, like you said, having a chance to get that ball back to start out the second half, Shepherd's sitting pretty so far.
That give up the middle to Barnett, and he's got some room across the 35-yard line, lowers his shoulder up to the 38, and we see that burst of speed by Barnett. First down, Shepherd.
When these big running backs, when they get north and south, they are a problem. Again, they've surprised people with their speed and athleticism, and when Shepherd's able to run the ball in between the guards, that's when that running game is really hitting on all cylinders. We certainly see something that Shepherd has discovered out of this group, and we knew that there were going to be a lot of different people out there in the offense, and Shepherd's going to have to try to establish an identity for this year's group, and so far it seems to be that we're going to pound the ball up the middle with great success.
Shepherd at their own 38-yard line, ball at the far hash, shotgun formation. It is Jordan Barnett with Mike Hardyway in the shotgun formation. Hardyway back to pass, looking right, and is swallowed up back at the 30-yard line, and not what you wanted if you were the Shepherd Rams right there.
And again, defensive end Brian Young in that backfield making plays. The 6'2", 230-pound redshirt freshman from Chesapeake, Virginia, making his presence felt early on. Not only is he able to get in the backfield and with that pass rush, does a good job of anchoring against the run.
Shepherd quickly back to the line. Hardaway looking to the left, has to just get rid of it over the head of a Cordell Batten as he was getting hit, luckily getting that football away. Referees getting together, I think, to talk about a possible intentional grounding, but went over the head of a receiver, so I'm not sure why they would drop that flag, although not really anywhere in the direction of Batten. More him just standing on that side of the field. So the referees getting together. We'll see if they drop that flag or they say Batten was in the vicinity. Could be a big play as Slippery Rock still has all 3 timeouts. That forces a 3rd down and 18 or more. They could get the ball back with some pretty good field position. And the flag does come down. Yep. So it is going to be an intentional grounding, a loss of down penalty, and not the drive you wanted if you were the Rams, especially after that big run by Jordan Barnett.
And kind of trying to end the second half the way the first half started, with just a lot of miscommunications and penalties kind of slowing down the momentum. And again, you've seen the Slippery Rock defense come alive on this drive, sending a lot of pressure, some exotic looks up front, and they've been able to get into the quarterback's face. They're coming off of a game last week versus Franklin Pierce where they were able to sack the quarterback 5 times. So this is a very aggressive defense, particularly in that front 7. They've had success, and that's going to be one of their keys for today's game. Are they going to be able to get into the quarterback's face and get him down on the ground? Shepherd gave up 3 sacks last week, and so far is giving up a couple of hurries here early on in today's contest.
Timeout on the field, 1:22 remaining before halftime. Coming up at the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm halftime break, we will go over the scoring recap of this one, hopefully remaining 14-14, unless the Rams are able to find the end zone for their 3rd touchdown of the first half. We will also have Dylan Bishop with our halftime scoreboard show, giving you some scores from around Division II. We'll also check in on how the West Virginia Mountaineers are doing. I think they had a pretty big game today, Travis. One of those teams that they like to play every year in the Pitt Panthers. I know the last game WVU and Pitt will play until 2029, but did see the re-up of that contract from 2029 through 2036. So those across the Mountain State and those in the Steel City, I'm sure very happy to hear that. We'll get those updates at the half with Dylan Bishop, but still a minute 22 remaining in the first half from Western Pennsylvania on the campus of Slippery Rock University. 3rd and 23 upcoming for the Rams. And what are you calling here, Travis?
I think you have to go with a run. You're tempted to pass because you want to try to convert the 3rd down and maybe make something happen, but I think that could open up a whole can of worms. So I think you keep the ball on the ground at least, even if you're probably not going to get the first down, but you at least force Slippery Rock's hand into taking one of their timeouts. So you got to try to put pressure on them one way. I think one of the ways you can do that is running the ball, leaving that clock running, and forcing Slippery Rock to use a timeout.
There was 2 penalties on the play prior. We knew the intentional grounding, and I believe it was an ineligible man downfield on the second one. I did not see the hand signal, but I believe that's what the call was. So I believe the explanation you're hearing right now is to which penalty was accepted and which one was declined on the 2nd down play.
And Coach McCook didn't want to hear any of it. He's waving off the referees as they're trying to approach him. Not too happy so far about some of these calls.
And still some confusion by the Shepherd offense looking for that play call. Looks like they have it now as they re-enter the huddle, and I believe it might actually get back some football here. Travis on a 3rd and 23. Not what Shepherd was hoping after that long run by Jordan Barnett just a few plays ago. Shotgun formation, 2 receivers to the far side as Hardaway takes a snap. A quick screen. That is Barnett with blockers in front. He's across the 30 to the 35-yard line and brought down right before the original line of scrimmage. So some yards, forcing Slippery Rock to call a timeout here. I do assume, haven't gone back to the live feed yet to see if they called a timeout, but Shepherd's still going to have to give the football back, and it does look like there was a timeout called by Slippery Rock. 4th and 12 coming up, and the Shepherd special teams will come on to punt the football away.
And just tremendous pursuit that time by nose guard Trevor Valenti. Again, not too often you see these big defensive linemen making plays like that downfield, but he knew there was going to be some type of play underneath, and he did a good job of just letting his eyes follow the action. And Barnett picking up a chunk, but having that big nose guard jump on his back at the end of that play. So, again, just a very impressive up front for Slippery Rock.
I want to remind you that our second quarter of this game brought to you by Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, located at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. Beautiful day for football in western Pennsylvania as we see the visiting sidelines. I'm sure some Slippery Rock fans sprinkled in there as well, but a good showing by the Rams as always on the road. Punt team out for Shepherd. The last time we saw the punt team out, it was a bad snap back to Deshaun Alexander. We'll see if the snap gets to him cleanly this time. Back to return is Joe White for Slippery Rock. There is that snap. Back to Alexander. Does get it away. A high booming kick and a great kick. Great punt by Alexander. The return man starting at the 5-yard line. Cuts back into the middle of the field. He's across the 20 and tripped up a great open field tackle right around the 25-yard line. And there was a lot of green in front of Joe White.
And Will Johnson does a good job of bringing down White. White is an accomplished kick return man, like we mentioned, coming over from Missouri Baptist, had 10 kick returns for 211 yards last year, also had 3 punt returns for 136 yards and a touchdown. So he is a weapon in the return game. And again, Will Johnson coming up with a big saving tackle in that play, because like you mentioned, White had a lot of green in front of him to take advantage of.
14-14, a minute 2 left before the half. Slippery Rock with the football at their own 25-yard line. The near hash is where they will snap the ball on first down. It is J.J. Jordan in the backfield with Anthony Vespo, shotgun formation. There is the snap to Vespo. Looking down the middle, now to this near side. He's going to go along with the receiver down there, and almost a miraculous one-handed catch on the near side. That was Latrell Sutton who almost came down with it, and I think all Shepherd fans holding their breath right now.
That was Reggie Snowden down there on the coverage. He did a good job. He saved himself by getting his head around and locating the football. There was a lot of contact. You saw the Slippery Rock sideline not too happy about that exchange, but Snowden saved himself on that play by doing a good job getting his head around, locating the ball, and the referees are going to give you a little bit of leeway if there's some contact if you make an effort to make a play on the ball as opposed to just going out there and trying to blow up the wide receiver.
2nd down and 10 as we're inside a minute. Still that shotgun formation with Vespo and Jordan in the backfield. Little hard count now, Vespo. Little mock play action there. Rolls to this near side. Finds his big tight end. That's Heckathorn as he works up near the line of scrimmage. As he caught that one behind the line. And just back to the line of scrimmage, I believe, is where they will give him the gain to. And it is a 3rd down and 10 coming up for Slippery Rock. And they will actually say he did not quite get back to that line of scrimmage. Loss of 1, 3rd and 11.
Good pressure off the edge that time. Muley and Fluke doing a good job getting upfield and just making Vespo a little bit uncomfortable back there in the pocket. Again, he's not a pure pocket passer, but if you can flush him out of there, put a little pressure on him, it's going to certainly help out your defense and make him take that quick check down.
Only one down lineman. Let's see what defensive coordinator Josh Klein has dialed up for this one. Snap back to Vespo. Looking down the middle. Has to shuffle a little bit out of the way. Goes deep, and nobody down there but a flag coming in the area of a defensive hold.
Again, they convert the first down, so that's the bad. The good thing is it's only 15 yards if it is a pass interference. So with that little bit of time left, I mean, really the timeouts aren't a big factor at this point in the drive. So it's better than getting beat deep.
Yes, no doubt about it. As that ball moved up to the 40-yard line.
There you go. You'll take that. You'll take that trade off anytime. Snatch the jersey off his back if you have to. Don't give up the touchdown.
Yeah, ball moved up near the 40 to the 39 is where they will place the football in this near hash. 45 seconds remaining. Slippery Rock looking to get some points on the board before some additional points on the board before half. Shepherd will receive the second half kick. They deferred after winning the opening coin toss. 4 down linemen for the Rams. Shotgun formation. Vespo drops back to pass again, is going to go deep, and nobody there except for the Shepherd defense. That one intercepted by Will Johnson. Coming back to the 40-yard line, he's near midfield and tackled just inside Slippery Rock territory with 31 seconds left. Shepherd's got 2 timeouts. Look out, they're not done yet in the first half.
Again, a big play. We know Shepherd likes to end the first half with a bang so far this year, and they're keeping that trend going this week. Again, Will Johnson, he's just playing center field. Well, Vespo just threw that one up on a prayer over the middle, and not sure why he felt to be so desperate on that play. Again, if it's not there, live to fight another day. There's no reason for you to force it, and that's his second interception this game, and you breathe a whole lot of life back into that Shepherd sideline. Like you mentioned, setting up really good field position, and they still have 2 timeouts in their back pocket. So, again, you might not even have to force it with the pass. You still have an opportunity. Maybe you can pop another run up the middle. So far, Barnett and Swinehart have had success gashing that defense right up through that A-gap.
First down and 10 from midfield for the Rams. 31 ticks left on that first half clock. Shotgun formation. That is Hardyway back to pass. Looking left, has to tuck it and run, and he's got some room to the 45-yard line to where he steps out of bounds and will stop the clock. Does not have to use a timeout. Smart play, gain of 5.
Smart play and good read and reaction that time by the Slippery Rock defense. It looked like Hardyway had a lot more room to work with, but you see Gregory and Thompson quickly coming up, forcing that quarterback to run out of bounds.
24 seconds left. That play taking 7 seconds. And we know that Barta has a good leg. So keep that in the back of your mind, as obviously you'd love 7 here, but Barta does have a good leg. And a flag that you did not need if you were Shepherd, some movement along the offensive side of the football and take away that 5-yard gain for Mike Hardyway. Make it 2nd and 10 back at midfield. And penalties going to be, while there has been good offense and good defense in this game, penalties still going to be one of those footnotes of this first half.
And that's the tango that this Rams offense has been doing all first half. They'll make a good play, but then they'll take a couple steps back with some unforced penalties on that play. You see Slippery Rock, they're moving some people around, making that offense jittery and forcing a couple false starts here in today's contest.
Hardyway back to pass, fires to the right side. That one tipped and hits the ground, almost intercepted. Intended receiver was Malachi Brown. 3rd down and 10 coming up for the Rams, and a little bit of a dangerous pass right there for Mike Hardyway.
And Hardyway takes a shot to deliver that pass. You admire his courage standing in the pocket to take a hit like that, but you don't want him to continue to take that type of punishment throughout the course of the year. And we talked about it in these one-dimensional type situations where you know Slippery Rock, they know they're in a position where Shepherd has to pass the ball. That's when those defenders up front are able to pin their ears back and put a lot of pressure on the quarterback, and they've been able to get some good hits here so far.
3 receivers to the near side. Hardyway drops back to pass, has to roll to his right side. Nobody there, just fires it out of bounds on 3rd down and 10. Nobody in the vicinity. Does get it past the line of scrimmage, but rolls to the side of the field where there wasn't a receiver. All 3 lined up on this near side. So Shepherd going to have to punt the football away on 4th and 10. Didn't make Slippery Rock use any of their timeouts. With 12 seconds left, as long as you can get a clean punt, I would imagine we will go into halftime with a 14-14 tie. But again, let's knock on wood here. We have seen a bad snap by the Shepherd long snapper today.
We already know at this point, if Deshaun Alexander is able to get a clean snap, he's going to kick the bladder out of the football.
Yes.
I mean, he just has a huge leg.
There's a snap. It is clean. Back to Alexander. Does get it away. And again, a high booming punt. And Shepherd doesn't even care. This one's going to go into the end zone with 5 seconds left. You would imagine just one more snap to go before half. And so far, penalties, I think a big thing for Shepherd when you're going to look at keys to this, or footnotes to this first half, and obviously we'll get into it more in our Mansion Ferretti halftime show. And turnovers for Slippery Rock. That's been the big things of this half, but Shepherd coming in 0-1 against the number 4 team in the nation as they will line up to take a knee to end this first half. I think the Shepherd faithful and all those on the Shepherd sideline are going to take a little bit of an exhale and go, hey, we're tied at 14 with a very good football team.
Feeling pretty good. You would like to have been able to take advantage of those turnovers, but Shepherd has been slowed themselves by some penalties. And again, like we mentioned, Slippery Rock takes the knee, runs out the clock, and both teams, I'm sure, pretty happy to go in at the half tied up 14-14, considering some of the difficulties that they've had there in the first half.
First half completed. As Travis just said, we are knotted up at 14. We are going to take a 2-minute timeout. When we come back, we'll take a look at the scoring summary and then get into the rest of the Mansion Ferretti halftime show. Again, at the half, it is Shepherd 14, Slippery Rock 14. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for trust.
After a car accident, call the local law firm that can give you the help you need right now.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti, the one with 115 years of combined experience fighting for West Virginia accident victims. Get more with Mansion Ferretti.
The one that takes on the big insurance companies.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti. We're Mansion Ferretti.
After a car accident, we'll fight for every dollar you deserve. And if there's no recovery, there's no fee. So call right now.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
Welcome back into Shepherd Ram football on TV 10. Matt Crawford here with you along with Travis Smith. Shepherd and Slippery Rock tied at 14 after one half of play. And Travis, I think, again, as we said going into the break, I think every Shepherd fan is probably very happy after the performance at Frostburg State 2 weeks ago and the number 4 overall ranking for Slippery Rock to have this game be tied up after one half of play.
And more importantly, the Shepherd fans have to be happy about the nasty that the Rams have brought this week. You could tell that it was more of an attitude check than anything as far as just X's and O's. It's more attitude. You could tell that Shepherd came out really wanting to establish themselves, running the football, taking care of the trenches, and they were able to have success doing that again. The penalties really kind of slowed that down. If you're a running ball team, if you're a running type of team, you really can't afford those type of penalties. They're going to throw you off schedule. But again, the defense is held up, but you're starting to see some of those things that kind of killed them in that first contest of the season versus Frostburg, where the secondary just has a bad habit of peeking into the backfield. And again, trick plays, that's why they're in there, because you're trying to play on that tendency. And Slippery Rock, they read that scouting report and they took that shot, and that's what was able to help them get even in this game. But Shepherd, I think you really, like you mentioned, they have to be feeling pretty good. You're going up against a number 4 team, and you've shown early on that not only can you play with this team, that if you're able to eliminate the mistakes, you're probably going to be able to beat this team.
14-14, let's tell you how we got there. Shepherd takes a 7-0 lead on Jordan Barnett, a 4-yard rush up the middle on a drive that was 8 plays, 62 yards, and took 5 minutes and 8 seconds off the clock. I think we can probably agree that was their best drive of the first half, really in all facets, to take that 7-0 lead. 7-7 would be the tie score with 13:57 left in the second quarter. It was a Anthony Vespo touchdown pass to J.J. Jordan from 15 yards out, rolled back to the near side, threw back across the field with blockers out in front for J.J. Jordan. That drive, a very impressive drive for Slippery Rock, probably their best of the game. 11 plays, 80 yards, taking 6 minutes and 8 seconds off the clock. Shepherd would regain the lead on a 22-yard run for Jordan Barnett. Field or extra point up and good. That would be 14-7 Shepherd with 11:08 remaining in quarter number 2. That drive, 5 plays, 75 yards, taking 2 minutes and 49 seconds off of the clock. And it was the trick play that Travis was talking about that knotted us up at 14 with 2:12 remaining in quarter number 2. It was a reverse pass, a double pass, if you will. Xander McClure, a 38-yard touchdown pass to Latrell Sutton. That drive just taking 2 plays, covering 40 yards, and only taking a mere 47 seconds off of the clock. It is the halftime show. in Shepherd Ram football, brought to you by the Mansion Freddie Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it is about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. It'll be Dylan Bishop next, taking a look at some scores from around Division II football, as well as some Division I scores. I'm sure he'll have a Mountaineer update for us in there, as well as the backyard brawl was today against Pitt. He'll have that and more coming up. Again, at the half, it is Shepherd 14, number 4 Slippery Rock 14 as well. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Life is evolving. Over the past decade, the way we do almost everything has changed. Get on your phone, see something you like, click on it, and it shows up at your door. Why should the way you have your car serviced be any different? Why waste your time going to a dealership service department when Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to you? They service all makes, all models, and offer full parts and labor warranties. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet will come to your door or office and service your vehicle while you're doing what you need to be doing, conducting that business meeting or mowing the lawn. Why take time out of your busy schedule when you don't have to? Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet's friendly, knowledgeable staff will come to you where you live or where you work for full service maintenance, from oil changes to tire rotations, brakes, batteries, multi-point inspections. They handle it all. Hagerstown Ford and Hancock Chevrolet is committed to delivering the best of the best to their customers. Trust them to service your vehicle where you're at home or at work. Skip the time-consuming and terminal wait at the dealership. Schedule your appointment at fordofhagerstown.com or hancockchevy.com.
You're in there again, Robbie? Hey, I don't blame you. Your Endless Pool is always ready. Spring, summer, fall, and winter. Endless Pools are great and ready to use year-round. And let's be honest, you're not just splashing around. The resistance current, full body workout. You've got some serious wing definition, my friend. Okay. Time for the best part. Sauna time. Look at you, total peace. The heat sinks in, your muscles let go, and the world, it can wait. That's the magic of having a sauna at home. No rushing, no noise, no schedules. Just you and a space that feels like it was built to recharge you. Right now, Floor Pools is part of a limited time offer, and you could save up to $5,000 on an Endless Pool. But that's not all. When you come into Floor Pools, they'll bundle in a sauna at a seriously great price. It's Robbie's Swim and Sweat Bundle, now until September 14th. Swim, recover, relax, all in one place. Your place. Visit floorpools.com or stop by Floor Pools in Chambersburg, Hagerstown, or Martinsburg and ask about Robbie's Swim and Sweat promotion. He says you'll never want to leave home again.
Welcome into the Halftime Scoreboard Show here on TV 10, WRR TV on YouTube, brought to you by Dignity Memorial, Rosedale Funeral Home and Cemetery. Attention to detail like no other. Visit dignitymemorial.com. Shepherd and Slippery Rock tied at 14 at the half. I'll get you some scores from around the rest of college football. The PSAC, WVU, and Pitt, the backyard brawl, going to overtime. Tied at 24. You can listen to that on Talk Radio WRNR. We'll get you some scores from around the PSAC. Throw this up on the screen. A lot of these have gone final so far today, at least all of these ones up on our screen. Cal PA just barely escapes Westchester with a win, 26-24. Close one there. Glenville State knocks off Millersville. Home win for Glenville, 44-28. Bloomsburg just skates by Seton Hill at home, 31-28. Clarion goes on the road to Shippensburg, 31-24. Clarion gets the win there. And Kutztown, 34-0 over Edinburgh. Get you some scores from around the rest of college football here. Excuse me, as we're getting through some technical difficulties. Like I said, WVU 24-24 at the half. Get you some Tennessee and Georgia about to go to overtime as well. 38-38 over there. Number 14, Iowa State with a 24-16 lead over Arkansas State. 2:17 left in the fourth quarter there. Iowa State with the ball. Gives them a chance to run out the clock. Texas up 27-3 on UTEP as well. Miami with a 21-6 lead over USF in that one. Bowling Green 13-7. They have the lead currently over Liberty. right now ongoing as well. Texas Tech with a 21-0 lead over Oregon State. Nevada 13-0 with the lead over Middle Tennessee, as well as Mississippi State 42-0 over Alcorn State as well. And FIU currently 0-0 overall. Marshall with a 24-0 lead over Eastern Kentucky. USC up 10-0 over Purdue. Ohio State with an early 3-0 lead on Ohio. Ole Miss up 6-0 on Arkansas. And Old Dominion 7-0 with the lead over Virginia Tech in the first quarter of that one. Again, 14-14, Slippery Rock and Shepherd currently at the half. We'll get you another 2-minute break. We'll throw it back to Matt and Travis for some more thoughts before Slippery Rock and Shepherd start the second half. This is Shepherd Football on TV 10 and the WRNR TV YouTube channel.
I love it when people ask me which of the Skinner brothers is younger.
I love it when people ask me, who's taller?
I love it when people get us confused.
You do? Really?
No.
At least they're not confused about what the Skinners do.
If you're hurt and almost heaven, dial the 7s. 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com. Fort Evans Archery of Inwood is your local full-service archery pro shop with sales and setup, maintenance, repairs, and sight-ins. Fort Evans Archery is a full-stocking dealer for all your favorites like Hoyt, Matthews, Elite, Bowtech, Mission, and Bear, with crossbows from Raven, 10-Point, Barnett, and Excalibur. And Fort Evans Archery has a sight range out to 60 yards. Fort Evans Archery, 998 Ardenelville Road, Suite 2, Inwood, open Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. until 6, Saturdays 9:30 to 4. FortEvansArchery.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
After a car accident, call the local law firm that can give you the help you need right now.
Get more with Manchin Ferretti, the one with 115 years of combined experience fighting for West Virginia accident victims. Get more with Manchin Ferretti,
The one that takes on the big insurance companies.
Get more with Manchin Ferretti. We're Manchin Ferretti.
After a car accident, we'll fight for every dollar you deserve. And if there's no recovery, there's no fee. So call right now.
Get more with Manchin Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
We are tied at 14, Shepherd at Slippery Rock, in what has been a good football game so far, and definitely as tight as Shepherd wanted it, especially given the fact that Slippery Rock, the #4 team in the country. The Manchin Ferretti Halftime Show is brought to you by the Manchin Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it is about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. All right, let's look at some stats of the first half here. Travis, we want to start with Shepherd or we want to start with Slippery Rock?
Let's start with Shepherd.
All right, let's start with the Rams. Let's start with some individual stats first. Mike Hardyway, 9 for 13, 137 yards, has not thrown a touchdown yet, completing at 69% of his passes. Overall, I think taking a step in the right direction. Really only one, what you would call a YOLO ball that he threw in the later portion of that second quarter. But overall, I think definitely an improvement for what we saw in Week 1 against Frostburg. Seems more calm, cool, collective in today's matchup against Slippery Rock.
He does, and a good job of protection up front and using that running game. That's something that's going to help the quarterback settle into a little bit more of a groove. You look at that disparity in the running game in favor of Shepherd. Shepherd, 84 rushing yards so far, averaging nearly 4.5 yards per carry, and only 10 yards rushing for Slippery Rock. So if you want something that's going to jump off the stat sheet that's surprising you about today's game other than the score, that's the first thing you're going to look at. You thought Slippery Rock was going to be able to run it. Shepherd has shut the door on that nonsense here early on in the first half.
Cordell Batten, 4 receptions, 77 yards. His long 37, averaging about 19 yards a catch. Malachi Brown, 2 receptions, 31 yards, about 15.5 a catch. And you look at Jordan Barnett. He's got a reception for 13, as well as Jaden Ashby. And Swinehart as well out of the backfield, a reception, 1 catch for 5 yards. Running the football has looked like this, and once again, Shepherd has done a very good job pounding the rock in this football game. You have Barnett, who has 6 carries for 51 yards and a couple of touchdowns, including that 22-yarder. That's his long of the game. And Swinehart on the day so far, 8 carries for 39 yards. That's about 4.9. We'll round up for him to 5 yards a carry. His long is 18. For Slippery Rock on the day so far, Vespo throwing the ball very well, 10 attempts and 10 completions in 15 attempts. He does have those 2 interceptions, which other than those 2 passes, he has looked very calm, cool, and collective. But Travis, those 2 passes, I mean, you really are looking at him, scratching your head, going, what were you looking at there with how good you've looked in that first half?
And again, the one play where he was just able to move around in the pocket and find somebody down the field, you realize that he relies on his athleticism a little bit more, and he was able to settle into more of a groove once he started running the ball himself. And you see Shepherd really not trying to pressure him too much because they see he has a tendency to make those bad decisions, to make those bad throws. So they've stayed disciplined in their running lanes, keeping him in the pocket, making him be that pocket passer. And he's thrown up a couple of ducks here so far that the Shepherd defense has been able to pounce on.
And one thing I will say about Vespo is you look at the receiving totals, other than that big tight end Heckathorn, who's got 4 receptions, nobody with more than 2. So really spreading the football out on that offensive side of the football for Slippery Rock. 6 different receivers have caught passes so far in this game, and nothing to write home or rushing about. Vespo, the leading rusher, with 17 yards. So really that rushing attack not there. 10 yards total is what we're looking at for Slippery Rock in the first half of this one. So team totals look like this. For Shepherd, first downs. Slippery Rock leading 9-10. Rushing yards, it is 84-10 in favor of the Shepherd Rams. Shepherd averaging 4.5 yards a carry. Slippery Rock hasn't even gotten to a yard a carry yet on their average, so great run defense for Shepherd. In terms of the other big stats for the teams in the first half, you're looking at receiving yards, 132 in the air for Shepherd, 132 for Slippery Rock, so pretty even when going through the air in this one. And the turnover battle, again, is leaning towards Shepherd, as Slippery Rock with those 2 turnovers, Shepherd with 0. So just remember that as we go into the second half. And a lot of times you look at games, that's one that you're looking at, as well as time of possession. And we couldn't get much more split down the middle. Shepherd, 15:36 in terms of time of possession, 14:24 for Slippery Rock. So you're looking 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there, but it's been split right down the middle for these 2 teams in terms of time of possession.
And that was something that Shepherd wanted to get back in on that. That was a huge disparity in their first contest against Frostburg earlier this season. Also, that was the big disparity in the game last year versus Slippery Rock. So Shepherd has certainly addressed that. But I think the biggest thing that the coaches are probably going to be chewing the guys out about, 8 penalties for 55 yards against Shepherd in that first half, and it derailed a couple of scoring opportunities for the Rams.
Absolutely. First half stats have been brought to you by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com. Another 2-minute break. When we come back, we will get you set for the second half as the Rams coming back onto the field. Going to get some warm-ups in before the second half kick. We are tied at 14, Shepherd and Slippery Rock. This is Shepherd Ram Football on TV 10.
You're in there again, Robbie? Hey, I don't blame you. Your endless pool is always ready. Spring, summer, fall, and winter. Endless pools are great and ready to use year-round. And let's be honest, you're not just splashing around. The resistance current, full body workout. You've got some serious wing definition, my friend. Okay. Time for the best part. Sauna time. Look at you, total peace. The heat sinks in, your muscles let go, and the world, it can wait. That's the magic of having a sauna at home. No rushing, no noise, no schedules. Just you and a space that feels like it was built to recharge you. Right now, Floor Pools is part of a limited time offer, and you could save up to $5,000 on an endless pool. But that's not all. When you come into Floor Pools, they'll bundle in a sauna at a seriously great price. It's Robbie's Swim and Sweat Bundle, now until September 14th. Swim, recover, relax, all in one place. Your place. Visit floorpools.com or stop by Floor Pools in Chambersburg, Hagerstown, or Martinsburg and ask about Robbie's Swim and Sweat promotion. He says you'll never want to leave home again.
Howard Beck and Mitsurath Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? lawpbm.com.
This is Cody with Cody's Auto Body. The stories are on the way. Reliving glory days, the injury that prevented stardom, or the inevitable, I even could have made that play. With football season comes a lot of delusion of greatness. Well, no one believes you would have made it in the big leagues. Let's at least make them think you're a good driver. Bring that vehicle to me and I will make it the pride of the parking lot at every game. I'm Cody with Cody's Auto Body, the MVP of your season. That's Cody's with a T for trust.
Welcome back in as we are just about ready for the second half to start. The opening kickoff for the second half through the end zone, and that kickoff brought to you by Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, a personal injury attorneys. Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson. Visit burkeandschultz.com. We play hardball. Shepherd starting with the football, tied at 14. And Travis, what are you looking for out of the Rams in this second half to upset number 4 Slippery Rock?
Well, get back to that running game. Go ahead. You got Swinehart. He's rolling. Barnett, he's rolling. 2 first-half touchdowns. So no reason to get fancy or overthink it. Rinse and repeat. Get the ball to those guys, and that's going to keep your offense on schedule and, more importantly, set up your play-action pass and keep Hardaway jersey clean.
Absolutely. That's the big thing is Hardaway will take that snap to give up the middle to Barnett, and that is, like you said, quickly blown up in the backfield. So the ball going to move back from the 25-yard line back to the 21.
And Nick Frisco that time delivering the boom in the backfield. It's going to be our first nominee for collision of the game. The 6'2", 275-pound redshirt junior from Pittsburgh, PA. Not wanting Barnett to continue that success that he had in the first half.
Collision of the game brought to you by Cody's Auto Body, and we will talk about those when we get into our post-game show. Second down and 14, little read option to give up the middle to Barnett, and nowhere to go, only a gain of 1. It sets up an early third down and long for the Rams.
And that was something that the Rams were able to avoid in the first half, having some success converting those third downs because they were in third and manageable situations, but now backed up. And we saw that Slippery Rock defense really come alive when the Rams tried to go to their 2-minute offense and start throwing the ball around. Once that Slippery Rock defensive front realizes that you have to throw the ball, that's when they're really tough because they really shine when it comes to getting after the quarterback. Like we mentioned, their first game this season versus Franklin Pierce racked up 5 sacks in that season opener.
Shotgun formation for the Rams on this third down and 13. Receiver in motion is a quick drop back. Looks like a flag flies from the other side of the field. An incomplete pass. The intended receiver, Malachi Brown, near the 42-yard line. And let's see what this penalty is. It was right off the snap. So if you're Shepherd, you're hoping for a lined up in the neutral zone. But we shall see what the call is.
And on the throw, a little bit of miscommunication between Hardaway and Brown. Brown was expecting it to be a deeper shot, considering that they had a long way to go to get that first down. But Hardaway, looking at the defense, thought that Malachi Brown may have been working a comeback to the sideline. So, again, you're still seeing those skill position players developing some type of chemistry throughout this year, and sometimes it's not always going to be pretty.
defensive neutral zone infraction. We'll move the ball up 5 yards, 3rd down again, make it 3rd down and 8. And Hardaway, nowhere to go, swallowed up by a couple of Slippery Rock defenders. And Shepherd on their first drive of the second half, a quick 3-and-out punt.
That time, just nothing fancy. They were just able to collapse the pocket. And again, Jacob Snow, one of the linebackers that we haven't mentioned yet, but is a player in the PSAC, was named second-team All-PSAC West last year, racked up 54 tackles and 29 solo tackles and 12 starts last year. So one of the big standout performers and one of the few returning starters for the Slippery Rock Ball Club.
And we saw Mike Hardaway able to escape the pressure in the first half. Not so much to start this second half. Alexander to get the punt away. We've seen a good leg from him so far, and nothing different here. A ball caught at the 25-yard line on the return. We see a flag on that back end as the return man gets it up near the 40 on that punt return is number 81, the redshirt junior, Joe White. We'll see what that penalty flag is. Looks in the area of a block in the back or a hold, but we'll let the referees make that decision for us.
Yeah, I know it's early in the season, but I'm expecting some PSAC honors for Deshaun Alexander.
Yeah.
He has just been kicking the stuffing out of the football. When he gets it cleanly, watch out, because there's going to be a booming punt coming.
Oh, no doubt about it. We have seen a strong leg when he's been able to get it away.
Yeah.
And almost was able to get a bad snap away. Just too many green jerseys around him on that first punt attempt of the game. And it does look like it is a holding on the receiving team, so that will push that return back inside the 20-yard line. And that is where Slippery Rock will have their first offensive possession of the second half. 12:45 on the third quarter clock, tied at 14. We mentioned week one, Shepherd, that tough loss to Frostburg State. It was a 41-27 final. And Slippery Rock on the road as well in their first game of the season last week, a 24-13 the final in that. So low scoring in that one. And so far, about on pace to be at 24, 28 points in this one. So we'll see what the Slippery Rock offense has in store for this second half. It is Vespo in the backfield with I believe that's Quentin Harrison in the backfield with him. Play action pass, a quick throw to this near side, caught moving upfield to the 35-yard line before bounced out at the 38-yard line on that reception. Reggie Flumira.
There you go, the 6'2", 270-pound grad student coming over from Northwestern, and you're seeing they're trying their best to try to give Anthony Vespo some easy throws, some high percentage throws to make where they're not asking him to sit back there in the pocket and read the defense and make the accurate throw. Give him some easy stuff out on the edge, get him into a rhythm, and pick up some of those easy yards.
4 down linemen for the Rams, 1st and 10, Slippery Rock at their own 38-yard line. That is Harrison in the pistol formation with Vespo. He's going to get the carry off the left side, cuts back up the hash mark, and nowhere to go. A host of defenders right there, and defensive coordinator Josh Klein's going to love watching that one again in film. A lot of hats on the football.
And again, both these running backs, Harrison and Jordan, coming off of monster games last week, but they have had no success this week. And again, this Rams defense really looking to send a message to the rest of the PSAC that Frostburg game, that was a bit of an anomaly because that Frostburg team, big offensive line, they had a great stable of running backs that they rotated throughout that game. And I'm thinking that Rams defense, where they're playing this week, they felt a certain kind of way about it. So that was probably some difficult film sessions watching that game, and they're looking to prove a point today.
2nd down and 12, power pistol to the left, make that the right. As Hackathorn moved over, a quick slant to the far side, caught it moving upfield is number 81 on that catch, and that's Joe White. Called him on punt returns a couple times today, and that's the second reception for him on that quick comeback route with blockers in front. He's across the 45 to that 46-yard line.
And we've seen Slippery Rock. They've used that a couple times. They like that throwback screen on the backside, forcing those backside defenders to be disciplined, and they're not allowed to chase after the play because they have to worry about and account for those throwback screens.
3rd and 2, and did Shepherd jump? They did not, at least initially. Vespo, deep pass attempt down the field. That one's picked off by the Rams. A 3rd pick by the Shepherd defense in this one, and they get the football back on another YOLO ball for Anthony Vespo.
And again, I understand you want to throw the ball up, give your wide receiver a chance to make the play. There was no play to be had over there. That was obvious double coverage. There was no reason to force it. You're moving the ball well. Again, just not sure why he's throwing these type of passes. and you're not doing your team any favors. Again, recognize the situation that you're in. There's no reason to be playing desperate like this. It's a tie ball game early in the third quarter. You're ahead of the chains. Don't force those type of plays.
Number 5, Clayton Batten with that interception, the 5'10", 185-pound grad student. Shepherd with the football now, their second drive of the second half. A run up the middle. We'll see if that's Swinehart. It is. They pretty much, meaning Swinehart and Barnett, alternated drives in that first half. Looks like that's how Shepherd is going to start offensively in the second half as well. He got about half a yard, second down and long.
And haven't said his name yet so far today, but here's his first entry into the book. That was Brett Quokka, the former Shepherd Ram standout. First team all PSAC, was able to get in the backfield and make that tackle.
Shotgun formation. And that is a sweep to Malachi Brown initially off the snap, and he turns the corner, and depending on where he steps out, that might be enough for a first down, if not very close. We know Malachi Brown's ability to run the football from his time at Shepherd so far, and that one just a quick little pass off the snap. And that is enough for a third and short, not quite a first down. Third and inside of a yard, it looks like.
And Brown, just a versatile offensive weapon, can line him up in the backfield, line him up a wide receiver. A little bit of trickeration this time by the Rams. See if they can catch something.
Come back in a normal shotgun formation now, and there's the give to Swinehart. Little cut back to the inside. He's got room up the middle across the 35 to the 38-yard line. First down, Shepherd.
And again, when you move that whole offensive line and giving them a different look and use motion, you don't allow that big defensive line to really dig in and anchor that run. They have to go out. They have to respect where those linemen are lined up because they have to be ready for that trick play. So that they're not able to really dig in and get ready for that run at the point of attack. And again, the Rams continue to have success running the ball right in the A-gaps, taking it right to the defense.
We talked about the first couple of drives trying to bounce it to the outside. They have found success running between the tackles, pistol formation. Swinehart going to get that carry again right between the guards. He gets a gain of 2 or 3 and then will be taken down at the 39-yard line.
And again, the very active Trevor Valenti in on the tackle. 8 tackles last year, and 13 starts, had 63 tackles and 4.5 tackles for a loss. So a very active defensive front for Slippery Rock.
Make that just a gain of 1 for Swinehart. Every first down play so far in this second half for Shepherd, a gain of 1 on first down, bringing up a 2nd and 9. Shotgun formation. Hardyway in that shotgun. Swinehart to his right. Hardyway drops back to pass. A quick out on this near side. That caught up to the, and a turn up to the 45-yard line.
That was Kason Lanza, the former Jefferson Cougar. Did a good job of recognizing that blitz coming in off the edge. Hardyway doing a good job of noticing it well. Didn't try to force it. Took what the defense gave him. Made his hot read, getting the ball to his big tight end. You know, you can't let the big tight end from Slippery Rock have all the fun. You got to use one of your own. And that time able to get a good gain on second down and setting up Shepherd for a 3rd and short.
3rd and 1. Ball at the 47-yard line. Need the 48 for a fresh set of downs. 4 down linemen, make that 2 down linemen and 2 stand up for Slippery Rock to give right up the middle, and that is Barnett coming in the middle of a drive. He's across midfield,
and a
late flag coming in from the backfield, and we'll see if that moves Shepherd back. And the early indications from the white jerseys moving backwards is that it's going to be a block in the back or a hold. We'll see what the official call is. It is going to be a hold on Shepherd, negating a first down, bringing up 3rd and 6.
And I was getting ready to praise the offensive line. That left side of the O-line did such a good job. Perez and Herb just washing down the entire defense, giving that running back. All he had to do was make one step and one cut, and he was able to get into some open space. But the referees felt like they may have did too good of a job on that play and rung him up for yet another holding penalty.
Almost halfway through this third quarter, 7:35 on a running third quarter clock. 3rd and 11 now for Shepherd. Hardyway back to pass. Little curl route up the middle, and that's enough for a first down. And still rumbling into Slippery Rock territory. And once again, we just talked about him for the first time today. How about Lanza with his second reception of the half and lowering his shoulder and carrying a couple of those green jerseys with him down to the 36-yard line. Shepherd in Slippery Rock territory.
And we talked about run after the catch early on in the game. When you get the ball to your tight end, you're expecting him to break at least one tackle for each catch that he has. And on that time, Shepherd, nothing fancy. They saw the blitz coming. It was all hitched to that side. So the outside wide receivers, they're running hitches. The tight end did a good job of getting to open space, showing the quarterback his numbers. After that, he was able to handle business on his own, breaking tackles and picking up a big chunk play on that.
2 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Shepherd in between the hash marks in the shotgun formation. Little read option. The give is going to be to Barnett, and he is stood up immediately, maybe even a half yard shy of the line of scrimmage. Second down coming up.
Big defensive lineman Nick Frisco sticking his face in there that time. You see Slippery Rock, that's an adjustment that they made at halftime. They saw the success that Shepherd was having, folding those tight ends, using them as lead blocks on the interior. That time the defense was able to quickly identify it. And again, Nick Frisco, very active. You see this defensive line, you don't see these guys. They're not out there to eat blocks. They're there to get penetration, get in the backfield, and get tackles.
Second down and 10 for the Rams. Pistol formation is Hardyway and Barnett behind him. A bunch to the far side, 1 receiver to this near side. There is the give to Barnett right up the middle, lowers his shoulder, gets to the 32-yard line before he is taken down, bringing up a 3rd and long for Shepherd in what has been a quick-moving second half so far, as we are just about inside of 6 minutes. We are down to 5:40 on a running third quarter clock.
That was a good push up front by that Shepherd Rams offensive line. Barnett was a couple yards downfield before he was even touched. This Rams offensive line taking a personal here in the second half, really establishing those running lanes.
3rd down and 6 for the Rams. Are in field goal territory for Max Barter. We know he has a strong leg, but the Rams would like more than 3. Snap back to Hardaway, a wide-open receiver in the flats, and that is Batten, and he's inside the 20, down to the 15-yard line. 1st and 10 inside the red zone for Shepherd, and nobody on Batten.
And good communication up front by the Rams. They noticed the blitz was coming off of the edge. They were trying to send their big safety coming up. That was Mike Henwood. They identified it. Then Slippery Rock tried to make an adjustment, send the blitz from the other side, and had nobody over there to account for Batten. Batten, a veteran wide receiver, doing a good job of recognizing that, hey, there's nobody out here. I'm going to get the ball. Good job that time by Hardaway to find what the defense has given him and able to convert that first down.
Pistol formation, 3 receivers bunched up to this near side, 1 alone to the far side. That is Barnett getting the pitch to the left side. He turns inside the 15 to the 10 to the 5. Does he have enough for the end zone? He does. It's a Shepherd Ram touchdown.
And yet again, another flag on the play. Barnett doing a good job. Gregory wanted none of that. He had a chance to try to tackle him before he got into the end zone. Gregory made a business decision on that play and backed away. And again, another holding penalty, and these are just drive killers.
And I don't know about you, but I'm not sure I want to be in the offensive line meetings on Monday and Tuesday this week.
And that's something we've heard Ernie McCook over the years talked about. It is like, he has a kinder approach to some of these penalties. If it's like a hustle play, if it's something where you're trying to make a play for a teammate and you get penalized, he'll be a little bit more lenient on that. But at this point, we're getting to the point where even Ernie McCook is going to lose his cool over all these penalties.
And he always keeps a stronger eye on the offensive line, an offensive line coach for many years at Shepherd. The give is to Swinehart out of the pistol. He gets inside the 25, maybe down to the 23, but I think closer to that 24-yard line. And that just, after watching one of your teammates run into the end zone and then being pushed back 10 yards, it's a bit of that deflating feeling as now you've got more yards to gain after what has been, I think, if Shepherd's able to put it in, this will be so far their best drive of the game. They have done a little bit of everything to move the football this drive, and you'd love to see it capped off with 7 points.
If they can dig themselves out of this hole, that will be impressive.
2nd and 19, under 4 to play in quarter number 3. Shotgun snap for Hardyway. He's looking to the left, and that's caught at the 20-yard line and pushed out of bounds on this near side, making that reception is
Carrington Nickens Yazir.
Yes, sir. One of the return men for the Rams.
But certainly has some athleticism and explosive with the ball in his hand, so why not get him a little bit more involved in the offense? And again, we've seen that year in and year out. If you're a football fan, you always root for those guys that go out there, bust their butt on special teams, and then they earn their way onto the offensive or defensive side of the ball. And it looks like that's what Carrington is looking to take advantage of.
Yeah, just a 5'9" freshman. So a lot of, hopefully, a bright future ahead Hardaway back to pass, little screen to Swinehart out of the backfield, gets to the 20 and tripped up inside the 20-yard line. He'll be knocked down at the 18, and I would imagine that this brings on the field goal team for Shepherd on what's going to be a 4th and long.
And again, you see Slippery Rock getting some pressure, blitzing off the edge, and Swinehart looked like he may have whiffed a little bit on that block. I don't know if that was by design, but at least he was able to get out in space and help his quarterback out some and give him an option to dump it off and pick up some yards and help out his place kicker, get him a little bit closer.
Max Barta, it'll be a 35-yard field goal attempt. That ball kicked from the left hash at the 25-yard line. Hit the upright earlier in the game. There is the snap, the hold. The kick is up, and it is no good. I believe pushed to the right. So once again, but now once again a flag on the field, and we'll see if that's offensive or defensive.
I'm thinking it's going to be running into the kicker. Looked like coming in off of the edge that time was Kanye Thompson. Did a good job of really putting some pressure on the kicker.
And a 4th and 12, so we'll see what this penalty is and how much closer it gets Shepherd to that first down marker. Referee's still discussing at the 25-yard line.
But Thompson did a good job getting pressure off the edge, but his momentum may have carried him into the kicker, and hopefully the kicker did a good job of selling it to try to get that penalty and help out this Rams offensive unit.
It is a personal foul running.
Ooh, roughing the kicker. Automatic first down.
And Shepherd will take it.
Yes.
Finally, a penalty going their way.
Yes.
We've waited almost 3 full quarters for that, but finally a penalty going Shepherd's way.
There we go. And the Academy Award goes to Max Barta selling that hit. I don't think Thompson loaded up to lower the boom on him, but you got a savvy kicker. He knows when he's got to, embellish it a little bit.
Yep.
we got to coax that flag out of the referee's pocket sometimes.
So the Shepherd offense back on the field. It'll be a 1st and goal from what looks like right in between the 8 and 9 yard line. 2:28 remaining in quarter number 3. And if you're the Rams, you got to capitalize. You cannot let Slippery Rock get the ball back without you having a 7-point lead.
Got to come away with points. It's good that they're able to chew up as much clock as they are, having that defense out there for a long period of time, but you got to get some points. You got to come away with something.
Shotgun formation, Barnett in the backfield to the left of Hardaway. He gets the carry right up the middle, and he finds the end zone. I don't see any flags. This one will count. Shepherd takes a 20-14 lead. Touchdown, Rams.
And again, nothing fancy. The tight ends leading the way up in the middle. Just with that full block that time, it was Jester leading the way. Those Shepherd Rams tight ends really making their presence felt in today's contest in the run game and in the passing game. And again, it worked in the first half. There's no reason to get away from it. Looked like Slippery Rock may have made an adjustment, try to slow it down, but not on that drive as Barnett, again, able to punch it in. Now he has the hat trick.
I'm sure Barta much happier kicking an extra point right now than trying another field goal. So he punches that one through, and Shepherd takes a touchdown lead, 21-14, 2:23 remaining in quarter number 3. We are back after this break. This is Shepherd Ram Football on TV 10.
After a car accident, call the local law firm that can give you the help you need right now.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti, the one with 115 years of combined experience fighting for West Virginia accident victims. Get more with Mansion Ferretti.
The one that takes on the big insurance companies.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti. We're Mansion Ferretti.
After a car accident, we'll fight for every dollar you deserve. And if there's no recovery, there's no fee. So call right now.
Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
Fort Evans Archery of Inwood is your local full-service archery pro shop with sales and setup, maintenance, repairs, and sight-ins. Fort Evans Archery is a full stocking dealer for all your favorites like Hoyt, Matthews, Elite, Bowtech, Mission, and Bear, with crossbows from Raven, 10-Point, Barnett, and Excalibur. And Fort Evans Archery has a sight range out to 60 yards. Fort Evans Archery, 998 Ardenelville Road, Suite 2, Inwood, open Tuesday to Friday, 10 a.m. until 6, Saturdays 9:30 to 4. FortEvansArchery.com.
21-14, Shepherd leads Slippery Rock on the road. 2:23 remaining in quarter number 3. Ensuing kickoff by Max Barta goes deep. Thompson and Jordan back to receive. Return goes across the 30-yard line and tripped up on that far side. It was Kanye Thompson on the return. That's where Slippery Rock will start this offensive drive.
Again, good coverage, good kicks that time. This is probably one of the better starts for the Slippery Rock offense. They haven't enjoyed the best field position so far today, so the Rams right now having a chance to press their advantage. Only 2 minutes and 18 seconds left here in the third quarter. The Rams looking to get a quick 3 and out.
And how about that last scoring drive brought to you by Senate Finance Chair Jason Barrett? You ready for this, Travis? 8-yard touchdown run by Jordan Barrett gives Shepherd the lead. 16-play, 81-yard drive, 8 minutes and 23 seconds off the clock. Can't ask for a better drive than that in the third quarter.
You know that defense has got to be sucking wind after that.
Oh, no doubt about it. So if you're Shepherd, you'd love to get a quick turnover here, get the ball back quickly, and right on cue. The offense for Slippery Rock going to push them back 5 yards, and as a head coach, you're going to be frustrated with that. Coach Lutt's going to be frustrated coming onto the field. No way you can get a delay game on the first play of a drive.
And again, just a lack of composure from Slippery Rock. The pressure is on, and they're not handling it as well as they have in the past, and this Rams defense looking to keep that pressure on them.
2 receivers to this near side, 1 to the far side. A quick screen to the near side and caught at the 25-yard line, working towards the 30, but stopped short on the reception there. That is Reggie Flurima. His second reception of the second half.
That was Minka in on the tackle. Again, this Rams defense flying to the football. You realize Vespo, he has to be a big gunshot at this point with 3 bad interceptions. He's going to start taking the dinks and dunks, and now you might see the Shepherd defense maybe creeping up a little bit, but don't get too over anxious. You don't want to give him anything easy over the top. Make him beat you with accurate passing.
Showing 4 down linemen right now. J.J. Jordan in the backfield with Anthony Vespo in the shotgun. That give is to Jordan. He cuts back to this near side. Great cut across the 35-yard line. Stays on his feet to the 45. Taken down at the 47. A fresh set of downs for Slippery Rock, and that's the best run we've seen from them so far today. A great cut back to the near side of the field for J.J. Jordan.
Running behind that big left tackle, that was Joe Cooper. Did a good job of sealing off that backside defender. Everybody else got washed down, so there was a huge hole, and he was able to take advantage of with a good cut to the backside. And again, you see how deadly these running backs can be in this zone running scheme.
1st and 10, 46-yard line. Slippery Rock in their own territory. Once again, it's Jordan, a shoestring tackle, saving what would have been another first down, but Slippery Rock into Ram territory, crossing that midfield stripe.
And again, running behind their big left tackle, Joe Cooper, the 6'7", 320-pound redshirt senior. If you're going to run behind a big offensive lineman, that's the guy you want to do. But like you said, Jay Jordan, he's coming off of a monster game versus Franklin Pierce. He had 154 yards, averaging 9 yards per carry and a touchdown. He also had 3 catches for 33 yards. So he's looking to try to get back to his success that he had in his Week 1 contest. And he's having it running behind big tackle behind his big left tackle, Joe Cooper.
Timeout on the field, or might be the end of the third quarter. I know we were getting close, but I don't see them moving that football, so believe just a timeout on the field. Slippery Rock moving the football, and they needed to this drive, if nothing else, than to give their defense a bit of a breather.
They needed it.
Yeah.
They needed it. That was a long drive.
Especially because you got to imagine after the penalty and the roughing the kicker on Max Barta, that had to have just been every ounce of energy they had was just there was no way if Shepherd could move the football forward without penalties that defense wasn't going to be gassed and the Rams were going to find their way into the end zone.
And again, just a silly penalty, bailed out that Rams offense, and they were able to take advantage of it.
Was a timeout on the field, but we are under a minute to play in quarter number 3. 2nd down and 4 for Slippery Rock. Power pistol to this near side. It's Jordan in the backfield, and the big tight end, Heckathorn, in motion. Drops back to pass. That is Vespo, and dropping the football on the screen is J.J. Jordan. He had a blocker in front. That was probably going to be a first down.
But you see the adjustment that Slippery Rock they're trying to make. They're no need to dance around it. They're trying to hide their quarterback. He's already thrown 3 picks, and if he goes over the middle, there's a really good chance that 4 is going to come up. So what do? You just go ahead and you throw the swing passes out to the wide receivers, out to the running backs, high percentage things where he's really not having to challenge the defense downfield. And another thing, they may be trying to set up another trick play because you're throwing those swing passes. That's very easy to disguise that lateral pass that they were able to score that touchdown on there in the first half.
3rd down and 4. Stop clock at 40. Receivers going to bunch up on either side of that offensive line. Pistol formation. Jordan now moving to his left. Look for the swing pass. Vespo drops back. Pump fake to the right. Ball is loose, and it looks like Shepherd came up with it. I believe it was Muley with the football. And it is Shepherd Ram football, a big turnover for the Rams as they take possession back with 34 seconds remaining in the third quarter. And right now you'd say a lot of the momentum in this football game.
Awesome job. That was Jack Baxter there on the tack. He forces the fumble, and Nathan Muley-Johnny on the spot to pick it up. 4 turnovers. For this Rams defense, they have to be feeling good. After that long week that they had against Frostburg State, they bounced back in a big way against a monster opponent in Slippery Rock, forcing 4 turnovers, and we haven't even got to the fourth quarter yet. And this Rams offense setting up shop, great field position, and a chance to really impose that advantage here going into the fourth quarter.
And Muley now a sack and a big fumble recovery in this game. He and Barnett definitely going to be talked about as players of the game if Shepherd's able to come away with this win. Snap back to Hardyway, pistol formation. He's going to roll to the right side. He's got a receiver in the flat. That one a gain of a couple on that reception for Shepherd. Let's go with number
85.
Yes, sir.
The tight end, 6'3", 210 junior. Hardyway, you waited too long. Get that ball out of your hands faster and give your tight end a chance to make a move. You don't want to run him into the sideline. He really doesn't have any options at that point. If he's open, get it to him. That was a good play-action fake. The defense bid on it. You got to get the ball out a little bit quicker. And like we mentioned, when you have these guys coming and going in the transfer portal, it's going to be those small chemistry-type plays that you're going to have difficulty with, especially early on in the season, until you get that familiarity down with those reps. And that's only going to come through the repetitions.
End of 3. Shepherd leads 21-14 over Slippery Rock. They have the football when we come back. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Someone asked me, who's the brains behind Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers?
And what did you say?
I said it was a team effort. Everyone works together to win for our clients.
Well, that's true and very noble of you.
But I could still beat you in cornhole.
You're on. If you're hurt and almost heaven, dial the 7s. 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
21-14, the Shepherd Rams leading Slippery Rock. 2nd and 6 to start quarter number 4. Shepherd in the Rock territory. And this would be a big win for the Rams. Hardyway takes a snap, rolls left, looking deep downfield. That one caught on the sideline. A great catch by Ashby. First down, Shepherd.
And again, it comes off the play-action pass. You see the defense, the entire defense bites on that play-action fake. Ashby does a good job of working back towards the sidelines, helping out his quarterback. And again, you get Hardyway outside the pocket using that play-action pass. Good things happen, and you're starting to see this Slippery Rock defense starting to lose a little bit of steam here down the stretch, especially after that monster drive that they gave up in the third quarter that resulted in a touchdown.
Yeah, we mentioned it, 16 plays, 81 yards, 8 minutes, and 23 seconds on the last touchdown drive for Shepherd. That gave them the 21-14 lead they hold at the moment. Pistol formation. There's the snap, the pitch, and that is to Swinehart coming back to this near side, cuts up at the 35-yard line, lowers his shoulder inside the 30, down at the 29-yard line. Great first down run for the Rams.
And you have that play out wide. And again, a lot of times you think when you have those plays out on the edge, you're looking for speed, but not necessarily. What you want to do, you want to try to stretch that defense. And Shepherd's offensive line, they do such a good job of getting downfield, gobbling up those linebackers on the second level. You pitch it out wide, you stretch out that defense, and you're hoping to create a lane. And that way your running back, as he presses it to the outside, can put his foot in the ground, get north and south, and find one of those lanes. And that's what Swinehart was able to do. And again, you see why Shepherd goes out and gets the type of running backs that they do. They're looking for those zone runners that do a good job of putting their foot in the ground, getting north and south, and more importantly, using that vision to make plays.
Out of the timeout, 14:09 remaining in a quarter number 4. Again, Slippery Rock, the number 4 team in the country in the D2 coaches poll this week. Shotgun formation. for Hardyway. Swinehart to his right in the backfield. There is the snap. Little read option. Swinehart cuts back to the left side, lowers his shoulder, and gets to the 21-yard line. Great second down run, and will that be enough for the first down? It should be.
And again, just that little fold block on the inside. They've had success using those tight ends as lead blockers. And Swinehart, nothing fancy. Use your blocks, set them up, make that defense work through your bodyguard until they get to you. And again, those linebackers, they're not coming up delivering hits. They're taking the hits. The running backs are doing a good job of getting into the linebackers. They're not dishing out the hits. They're taking the hits, and the running backs for Shepherd just keep on delivering those hits.
First down and 10 from the 23-yard line. Pistol give to Swinehart right off the left tackle. Again, lowering his shoulder, moving the down marker and moving that clock, more importantly, right now with where Shepherd's at. If they can take another couple of minutes, another scoring drive here, they would put themselves in a very good spot to be in this fourth quarter on the road.
And again, those linebackers, they're not hitting, they're catching. That's something that defensive coordinator Dominic Rosano, he's going to be yelling at his guys when he gets them in the film room. They're not delivering hits. You want those guys flying around, putting a hat on people. Right now, they're out there, they're catching the running back. And you got a couple of 200-plus pounders in Swinehart and Barnett. They'll take that exchange all day long. They have been wearing those linebackers out. And you could tell that's why you run the ball early on in the game, because in the fourth quarter, they don't want that smoke. You can see their mentality has changed. They're not flying around the way they were early on in the game. And, again, that's the benefit of having those big running backs, big offensive line, is because in the fourth quarter, that running game, that's when it's going to start to pay dividends.
Out of the timeout, second down and 5 for the Rams. Swinehart remains in at running back, pistol formation. Hardyway, that give to Swinehart right up the middle, again gaining yards inside the 10, lowering his shoulder and carrying tacklers with him to the 5-yard line. Grant Swinehart, another strong run, and Shepherd, really a two-headed monster in the backfield this year.
And now you're starting to see those defensive linemen, they're not getting off blocks. Those linemen are getting down, getting their hands on those linebackers, and they don't want that type of action. They don't want to have to shed blocks. They want to stay clean and fly to the football, and that Rams offensive line is not allowing that to happen. And they're doing an excellent job of imposing their will. And Swinehart and Barnett right now, they're just throwing clubs right now. They're just beating up that defense.
And right, as you see, 3 down linemen, all with their hands on their waist. They are gassed right now. A sweep to Malachi Brown off the snap. He cuts in at the 5-yard line. Another spin into the end zone. It's a Shepherd Ram touchdown. Malachi Brown on the receiver sweep.
And again, no different than you saw that similar play that Swinehart ran on that drive. You want to stretch the defense, let those blockers get downfield, pick people off that are scraping across, and you just hope that guy gets north and south and picks a lane. Like we said, Malachi Brown, running back last year, so he's familiar to that look. That looks familiar to him. So he was able to sniff out that goal line and punch it in, and now Shepherd, they're rolling against Slippery Rock on the road against a PSAC foe.
12:05 remaining in the fourth quarter. Barta on to make it a 2-touchdown lead. Currently 27-14. Extra point upcoming. Wind behind his back right now. Low snap, but a good place, good hold. Kick is up, and it is good. A full 2-touchdown lead for the Rams. They have the lead 28-14 over Slippery Rock. 12:05 remaining in the fourth. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
28-14, Shepherd leading number 4 Slippery Rock on the road. 12:05 remaining in the ball game. It was a Malachi Brown receiver sweep to give Shepherd the 2-touchdown lead as Mac Barta Max Barta, I should say, on for the ensuing kickoff. Thompson and Jordan back to return. That ball going into the end zone, and it will be brought out. That is J.J. Jordan. He's the 10-yard line, avoids one tackler, cuts upfield, and nowhere to go. And the coverage team today for Shepherd has been outstanding. That's the third drive now that Slippery Rock has had to start inside their own 25, and that's a tough one to watch as he brought that one out of the end zone.
You know, he wants to make a play, but you have to be tactical. When you're in this situation, you're down 2 scores in the fourth quarter. As much as you want to make a play, you got to stay in there, let your offense work with good field position. And that kickoff team, hats off to that Shepherd kickoff team. They have been absolutely rabid today, getting down there, flying to the ball. And it's more than just one defender getting to the ball. It's multiple defenders getting there to bring down the ball carrier.
Anthony Vespo in the backfield.
Not Vespo.
Or no, that is Vespo. I saw the one. There's now DeJuan Owens in the backfield. The lefty quarterback, I'm going to fire deep on the first play and overthrows his intended receiver. And I saw the one, and instead of 11 back there, it's just number 1, DeJuan Owens. That is D-A-O-N-E.
Right now, Slippery Rock hoping that he is the one to bring them back. Vespa dug them a hole. They just feel like they weren't able to do what they want to do on the offensive side of the ball because Vespo just wasn't disciplined enough with the football. You have to cherish the football. You can't have turnovers like that.
J.J. Jordan in the backfield with Owens. He will get the handoff off that right tackle and stood up immediately and just gets back to the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 10 coming up, and biggest third down of the game so far for both teams. Shepherd, if you can force a punt here, really in the driver's seat in this fourth quarter. And if you're Slippery Rock, you quite frankly need a first down here, if nothing else, just to give your defense a break.
And that's so tough. You make the quarterback change here in the fourth quarter, all the momentum's going against you, and you're hoping that he's going to be able to make a change. In that last play, Gio DeTolber did a good job of coming up and making a tackle in space and forcing Slippery Rock into a 3rd and 10.
Owens in that shotgun, takes a snap. The lefty looking left and gives it off to J.J. Jordan. He's across the 15 and stops short.
Big hit.
Big hit and another Cody's auto body collision of the game candidate right there. A big stop on 3rd down. And let's see what Slippery Rock does here. You punt the ball away, you're really behind the 8 ball, but that is what they are going to do. Down 2 scores, but just too deep in their own territory to try to go for this 4th down and 2.
Noel Norman Williams on that play, just absolutely lowering the boom.
Kevin Roberts out to punt. As there is a pause in play, and it looks like Shepherd is going to take a timeout here. Want to take this opportunity to thank some of our sponsors for this game. We could not do these game broadcasts without some of our fantastic sponsors. Smallwood & Small Insurance Agency, your total insurance solution, located at 1250 Edwin Miller Boulevard, Suite 301 in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-3361. Also want to thank our fourth quarter sponsor in this game. Fourth quarter sponsor brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 3985 Valley Pike in Winchester. Call 540-686-1622 or at CMA Honda of Winchester. Owners just care more about you. 10:36 remaining in the football game. Shepherd on the road against number 4 Slippery Rock, holding on to a 2-touchdown lead, 28-14. And after week 1, we were talking about it in the last break, I don't think anybody saw this coming the way that Shepherd was going to be winning this football game in the fourth quarter. And just the style of play has been fantastic by the Rams today, and they look to get the ball back as Roberts out to punt it away for Slippery Rock. There is the snap. The kick is away. And Batten calls for the fair catch at the 43-yard line. Shepherd, good field position, and you got to think a touchdown would really be a dagger in this game here.
Yeah, and at this point, just chewing up some clock would be to the benefit of the Shepherd Rams. So in a very good position to come away with a win. You just don't need to do anything that's going to hurt yourself. So no turnovers. Running backs, two hands on the ball. Quarterbacks, do not force it. If it's not there, throw it away or tuck it and run. But again, I have to say this is the biggest surprise. And you look at this Slippery Rock team, high expectations naturally coming in off of the season they had last year, 12-2, but they did lose a lot of starters off of that ball club, so really not the same group that they had last year.
Pistol formation for the Rams. Looks like that is Barnett in the backfield. It is. He gets the ball, cuts to the far side across midfield, gets into Slippery Rock territory inside the 49, closer to the 48 as that clock ticks closer to 10 minutes. And you would imagine that Shepherd is going to take just about every second they can of that play clock. And like you just said, one of the most important things, if not the most important, is just ball security right now. You have the 2-touchdown lead. You have the every ounce of momentum in this football game. You got to hold on to the ball, and you wonder how much Hardaway is even going to throw. The way that Shepherd is running the ball, how much the ball is even going to go in the air the rest of the game.
Yeah, you really don't need to. And the only way Slippery Rock has a chance to get back into the ball game at this point is a turnover. Don't give them that opportunity. Continue to pound the rock. Take all the steam out of that defense.
Pitch to Barnett. A flag comes in, so everything that he gains there is probably going to be for naught, and that ball is going to get moved back. As penalties going to be, if Shepherd is able to keep the pedal down and come away with the win, that is going to be one of the dark marks on this game, is going to be the penalties that the Rams had, especially offensively.
And you kind of think about it as like, one, holding, is it bad technique, or is it you're going up against a very active defensive front? So, again, that Slippery Rock defensive front, that is a place where they have a lot of starters returning. And, again, they're very active up front. A lot of their tackle leaders are on that defensive line. So it's an unusual defensive line. They do a good job of penetrating and getting through gaps. And I think that's something where that's inducing a lot of those holding penalties. And again, something you certainly want to clean up, but it's not so much poor technique on the Rams offensive line, but just almost a sign of respect that they're having to get their hands on that very active defensive front for Slippery Rock.
Hardaway will pass this one over the middle. That one caught across the middle. Cuts up to the 50. Again, back inside Slippery Rock territory. Cordell Batten on the reception and a good gain on 2nd and 15. And I think, again, we talked about you didn't need to pass, but if you are, I think that's about all we're going to see in this offense is the short underneath passes like that.
And more importantly, he stayed in bounds.
Correct.
He made the catch, got the yard, stayed in bounds, keeps that clock rolling. Now you're set up in a 3rd and 4, so now Hardaway could be possibly pull the ball down and run it himself, but a good, savvy veteran play that time, staying in bounds, keeping that clock rolling. On that play, Hardaway, he took a bit of an awkward shot, got hit low, and then hit up high by one of his own offensive linemen. So Hardaway's having to earn it the hard way, taking some hard shots in that pocket.
3rd and 4. Hardaway drops back to pass, looking left. It is caught on the outside, and enough for a first down, and stays in bounds to keep that clock running. That is Jordan Barnett with the reception out of the backfield, and a first down for Shepherd as he is taken down at the 38-yard line. A huge first down for the Rams.
Big first down, smart plays. You're a football fan, maybe a football coach. You love to see plays like that, having that situational awareness of realizing, hey, we got to keep the pressure on this team, keep this clock rolling, and maybe make them start to get a little bit itchy, a little bit anxious as far as maybe burning some of those timeouts here early in the game and early here in the 4th quarter. But Shepherd just doing all the things that they need to do to come away with a victory today.
Pistol formation, 1st and 10. Shepherd at the Slippery Rock 39. They give to Swinehart up the middle, holding on to that football, gets to the 35, a gain of 4, 2nd and 6 upcoming, and that clock continues to tick down.
Oh, Swinehart, you missed a big opportunity on the backside. There was a huge hole to the backside, but again, you could tell he's just looking to bury his head, move that pile, and get those hard-fought yards. But if he puts his foot in the turf and cuts it back, he's got a huge lane on the backside running behind his tight end Lown on that play. Oh, man, you hate to see a miss on that one. That would have been a knockout shot right there. Swinehart sees that play on the backside.
You love to see it if they continue to get first downs and waste some more clock. But I agree. Would have been a very nice exclamation point on this game, especially the way he and Barnett have run the ball today. The give is to Swinehart again. He gains a few yards, lowers his shoulder inside of the 35-yard line down to the 33. And that offensive line getting to the 2nd level pretty consistently now. We've talked about that defensive line. Once again, a lot of hands on hips. You know just how much they've been on the field in the second half.
And just their style of play, because they're very active. They move them around. They do a variety of things. So you're asking a lot from them physically, and you're starting to see it's taking their toll. Like you said, a lot of hands on hips, a lot of guys looking to sidelines for answers, and they haven't been able to get them so far.
3rd down and 4. Shotgun formation. Swinehart to the right of Hardaway in the backfield. There is the snap. There is the give to Swinehart right up the middle. Lowers his shoulder. He's going to be close. It'll depend on the spot. Looks about a half yard short. And if you're Ernie McCook, what are you doing here? I have my opinion. What say you, Travis?
I'm taking the play clock all the way down. What is he calling? Okay. The referees are making some type of hand signal. I say take the play clock all the way down, call your timeout, and then we're going to go for it.
I agree. Not even a full yard here. The first down marker just inside the 29 or just beyond the 29-yard line. That ball right at the 30. All you got to gain is about a foot and a half here. And we'll see if they first try to draw Slippery Rock off sides and then call that timeout. A lot of motion here. There is the snap. The give is to Swinehart, and he's got the first down. A huge first down for the Rams.
And again, running behind their big tight end, Lown, he hasn't had any opportunities to catch the ball, but you keep blocking like that, they're going to find a way to get you the ball. And Swinehart.
Oh, and that I do not agree with that spot. Oh, and they're going to say it's a turn. They marked that ball short of where Swinehart gained. Swinehart at every bit of the 29-yard line. They marked that football short.
That was not a good spot.
Regardless, it's a turnover on downs for the Rams.
I still like the call.
I do too. I agree. You got to go for it there. You got to put the dagger in with Slippery Rock with maybe a sliver of momentum here after a big fourth down stop.
Man, that's surprising.
And the referee looks like he's down on one knee in the corner of the screen. Are they measuring this football?
You have to. Something that close, you can't tell me that you can eyeball that from the sidelines. Call for the measurement. That's surprising to me that he didn't get the first down on that.
And it looks like Ernie McCook has the red flag in that right hand. And that ball is well short of where Swinehart was able to run the football. And it looks like the chains are coming out. And where the football is, I believe it's short. Just based on the location of the football.
It wasn't a good spot.
Yeah, it was a bad spot from our vantage point here 4 hours away in the studios in Martinsburg.
And again, you have those situations where you want the running
back. The ball is stretched out. Is it enough? Waiting for the signal. Looks like that tip of the football is right near where it needs to be. And still no signal from the officiating crew. What else are you looking at here?
What do you have to figure out?
Yeah, what do you have? Right, and then when they adjust the chains, that is going to be about 3 inches short.
Looks like a link in the chain.
Yep, just about.
And you feel for Swinehart because in situations like that, you kind of want the running back to reach out for the first down, but there's no reason to risk the football. So he just kept it, 2 hands on the ball. Yeah, that was a bad spot. But again, good call. You kept the clock rolling. You tried for the high percentage play. You've been having success running the ball up the middle. You'll take that. The
challenge flag has been dropped by head coach Ernie McCook. So we'll see what happens here. Shepherd's defense runs right back off the field. I think the Shepherd Rams are looking at this going, that's got to be a first down. You and I, from our vantage point, thought he clearly got the line to gain at the 29. Looked like his shoulders were even above the 29-yard line.
That's why I was confused. Like, why are they still hanging around out there?
And the Slippery Rock offense, not real happy. As it does look like we are going to get a review on this play. While the review happens, let's go ahead and take a 30-second break. We'll be back to give you the results of this challenge by Shepherd head coach Ernie McCook. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
28-14, 5:24 remaining in the ball game. A challenge at the moment as we look live in Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. A big challenge If Shepherd gets the first down, which by our view of the situation on the screen, it certainly looked like Grant Swinehart got enough for the first down. Here is the replay, and you can see his entire body laying on that 29, the shoulders and above laying on the 29-yard line, and that ball about a half yard short. So we would think this should be a pretty easy reversal, but again, we're not the ones making that decision.
The referee is going to the tent to check out that replay. Looks like they got a little beer garden down there at the end of the end zone.
I'm sure they're wishing at this point it was a beer garden.
It's like, we need more challenges.
Call on the field was stop short. So, like, you hear that all the time when watching a football game, is let's not forget that the call on the field was a turnover on downs, Slippery Rock getting the football back with 5:24. So this would have to be a true reverse of the call on the field. Obviously not a whole lot of cameras here, so they're looking at pretty much the angle that we have. So the referee's out of the tent pretty quick, so we will see what the call is here as they run through the end zone as to whether Shepherd gets a fresh set of downs with 5:24 left moving towards the end zone. As it looks like both head coaches being told, don't see the Slippery Rock offense moving yet, and now we're going to get an explanation by our head referee as he runs over, I think, to give Coach McCook the news.
The referee trying to find his mic button on his utility belt.
Unfortunately, we don't have that microphone here in studio, so we're going to be going off hand signals and body motions here. It's like after the review, lengthy explanation here. Waiting to see what the Slippery Rock offense does. First down, Slippery Rock. And they, I guess with the camera angles they have, nothing looking down the line of scrimmage, nothing looking down the first down line. Too hard to overturn. From our vantage point, we are tad biased as the TV station for the Shepherd Rams, but certainly looked like he got the first down. Nonetheless, first down at 10 for Slippery Rock, 29.5-yard line, 5:24 to go. They got a hole to climb out of. They're down 2 touchdowns with their backup quarterback, DeJuan Owens, in the ball game by himself right now in the shotgun formation. 3 receivers to the near side, 2 to the far side, 4 down linemen for the Rams. There is the snap to Owens. The lefty looks to his right, will fire across the middle. That one a high ball, but caught over the middle. And a great catch by Latrell Sutton. First down and a hurry-up offense now, as you would expect, from Slippery Rock.
And that might be to the advantage of the young quarterback working this 2-minute drill. The redshirt freshman able to come in, maybe settle into a rhythm, having that up-tempo look, and it really puts the pressure on the defense not to be able to make adjustments.
Owens backpedaling, gets away from a sack. He's going to tuck and move to his left, and an open receiver. That's J.J. Jordan across midfield with the reception, and now some extracurriculars after the play. And if you're Shepherd, you cannot get a defensive penalty here. We've talked about penalties hindering them today, but the defense has been pretty clean with penalties.
J.J. Jordan doing a good job of just giving his young quarterback a target downfield and able to pick up some yards after the catch, and good tempo for the Slippery Rock offense.
4:32 and counting. First down and 10, Slippery Rock in Shepherd territory at the 46-yard line. Owens back to pass, looking right, far side of the field, and that one, some miscommunication. The receiver on that far side of the field did a curl route. Owens was expecting more of a straight route down the sideline. Luckily, that one wasn't picked off. There was a defender in the area. Falls to the ground, 2nd down and 2 coming up, or make that 3rd down and 2 coming up for Slippery Rock.
And again, just a miscommunication between the wide receiver and the quarterback, just reading the defense differently. One thought it was going to be a fly right down the sideline, and the quarterback was expecting a comeback. So, again, you switch quarterbacks mid-game. Those are the type of issues you're going to have.
A draw for Owens, and he's got room inside the 40 to the 35. Hurdles a defender, but able to be brought down at the 31-yard line, and a big first down, and Owens adding a spark for this Slippery Rock offense.
Right now, he's playing for more than this game. He's playing for some action as the season goes on. Redshirt freshman, so Slippery Rock has some expectations for that young man, realizing that they got a couple years to work with him. And right now we're going to stop the action. We have an injury on the field. It looks like that is Elijah Heisen that's injured down on the field, the 6'3", 240-pound senior for Shepherd out of Germantown, Maryland.
Hope he is okay. Well, we have a stoppage on the field. Let's go ahead and take a 30-second break here at the studio. 4:03 remaining in the fourth quarter. Slippery Rock driving. Shepherd holding on to a 2-touchdown lead. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Jonathan Bodwell Insurance Solutions. We've been serving the Eastern Panhandle with their insurance needs for 20 years. We specialize in Medicare and health insurance plans. Medicare can be scary. We help seniors navigate the Medicare maze and not get taken advantage of by the call centers. We give honest, local advice on your insurance. We're located in the Aiken Center, 304-283-0864.
DeJuan Owens adding a spark to the Rocks offense in this fourth quarter. Coming in, Anthony Vespo started the game. As far as we know, no injuries. Coach Lutz just looking for a bit of a spark on that offense, and so far he's gotten it. His defense, a big fourth down stop, giving Slippery Rock the football back. They're at the 30 in Shepherd territory. Down 2 scores, 4 minutes left in this one. Owens back to pass, quick swing out to J.J. Jordan in the backfield. He gets 2 and then gets pushed out of bounds, stopping the clock at the 28-yard line.
At that time, the Shepherd defender kind of did him a favor on that time, pushing him out of bounds. Reggie Snowden, you got to try to bring him down in bounds, keep that clock rolling, force them to use one of those timeouts.
Clock does roll now. It will say stood up in bounds, 3:45. Okay. 3:44, 3:43 on a running fourth quarter clock. Slippery Rock needs to score, and they need to score pretty quick here if they want another drive to try to tie this one up. Pass across middle. That one caught and right on cue inside the 10-yard line to the 9. That one a first down, a catch for number 81, Joe White. He's had quite a game in this second half. That's his second reception.
You're starting to see that Shepherd secondary loosening up a little bit, opening up some places over the middle, and Owens able to take advantage. And tell you what, the young quarterback has come in and made some plays for Slippery Rock.
There's the give to J.J. Jordan. He bounces it outside to the 5. At the goal line, did he make it? He did. It's a touchdown, Slippery Rock, and they are back to within 8 with 3:08 left. And just like that, we got a ball game again.
Awesome run that time by J.J. Jordan. Presses it inside, has the defensive pressure. Muley scares him out of there. He's able to bounce it outside and had a little bit of a lane, and then at the goal line, able to punch it in with a hard finish on the run. So, again, we see Slippery Rock. They have a talented running game. Just right now, not in a position where they can really lean on that running game the way they have in years past or games past.
Extra point attempt for Billy Letch. There's the snap, the hold, the kick is up. And it is good. Slippery Rock back to within a touchdown. 28-21. 3:0 left in the fourth quarter. Don't go anywhere. We got a good finish ahead. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
So the other day, a judge asked me how much younger I am.
Well, the other day, a judge asked me how much taller I am.
But who's the better lawyer?
Well, that's an easy one.
At Skinner, we don't leave results to chance. We fight for what you deserve. If you're hurt in almost heaven, dial the 7s.
Double or nothing.
SkinnerWins.com.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
3 minutes, 8 seconds remaining. Shepherd holding on to a 28-21 lead on the road against number 4 Slippery Rock. The first PSAC game of the year for both of these teams. Can Shepherd pull some early season upset? We're 3 minutes and 8 seconds away from finding out. And Nickens with the return. He's across the 15 to the 20 with some room, bounces to the outside to the 25. A good return for Nickens. He's to the 35 and gets pushed out of bounds. And Nickens, Yazir, pushed out at the 38-yard line. A great return and taking some time off that clock. We're now under 3 minutes to play in this football game.
And you see why Slippery Rock has tried to avoid kicking the ball to him. He is just explosive and dynamic with the ball in his hands. Just, again, another weapon on that special teams unit for Shepherd. And so far this year, that special teams unit has been stellar for the Shepherd University Rams football team.
Stepped out of bounds, they will say, at the 36. Nonetheless, still a great return, about 2 yards short of where looked like he might have. Shepherd has run the ball very well in this football game, and that's what they need to do with 3 minutes remaining. Swinehart in the game. He does get the carry. Lowers his shoulder, gains 2. Slippery Rock has all 3 timeouts remaining, so you'd imagine that they will start to use those sooner rather than later. Shepherd, no timeouts left on the other side.
And Shepherd, this is not an easy situation for Shepherd to be in, because it's not like they can go super conservative on this drive, because they really have to try to get at least 1 first down. That's really going to put pressure on Slippery Rock to use those timeouts. So you can't go out there just thinking we're going to pound it and be happy with 3 yards in a cloud of dust. You got to go out there with a little bit of aggression, trying to get this first down to salt this game away.
Barnett now in the backfield next to Hardyway. Shotgun formation, there is the snap. Little read option to give this to Barnett. He lowers his shoulder. Again, like you said, only a couple yards and a cloud of turf beads in this case. But a 3rd and long coming up. And we'll see if Slippery Rock uses their first timeout. It looks like they will.
Again, Shepherd's been leaning on that power play all game long. They use that pulling guard on the backside. They also have that tight end lined up in the wing, and they come across and they use those roles interchangeable. A lot of times you'll see the pulling guard, he's the one that's looking to work up to that linebacker on the play side, and usually that tight end is the one to kick out. But again, this Shepherd Rams offensive line, they do such a good job of, just being smart football players. So when those guys are pulling around, they're able to interchange that role. Somebody's going to kick out and somebody's going to load up, and you can trust your running back just to read their blocks.
Timeout on the field as Slippery Rock does use their first. Not sure what the delay in that timeout call was. 2:11 remaining in the game. We're going to keep it right here prior to a big 3rd down coming up for the Rams. I saw coming into the game was Kason Lanza, the big tight end. He's got a couple of catches in this second half. Any possibility you run a little RPO with an option to throw in the flat?
Not so much in the flat, but I would look to try to maybe work over the middle.
Okay.
I would look to work over the middle, because that's where Lanza had his big catch early on. All it was just like a little 5-yard hitch in the empty spot of the zone, and you let him run after the catch. But you want something high percentage and where the quarterback can get the ball out of his hands quickly. Also, Hardyway has that option to tuck it and run it himself. So maybe you have those wide receivers on the outside, look to run the defenders off, and have Lanza working in the middle by himself. So a lot of options available for this Shepherd offense. But this is a big 3rd down. A lot of pressure on both teams right here at this point in the game.
2 minutes and 11 seconds left. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Running back is Barnett to the right of Hardyway. Ball at the 39-yard line for Shepherd.
Blitz is coming.
Blitz is coming. It is a pass. It is a swing pass to Barnett. Stay in bounds. He's across the 40 to the 45. That's going to be awfully close to a first down, but I believe he is about a yard short. We'll see what the spot is.
A yard short and out of bounds. So not the scenario that Shepherd wanted, but that they dialed up a big blitz on that play. Hardyway had to get rid of that ball quickly. And again, your running back's out there on the edge. It's hard for him to, try to get that first down, but also stay inbounds. And now Shepherd's kind of locked up in a situation that they didn't want to be in. With 2 minutes left on the clock, it's stopped. Slippery Rock still has 2 timeouts.
The clock did run following the setting of the football. Now a timeout by Slippery Rock. And Shepherd's offense was staying on the field. The special teams did not run out. So let's see what head coach Ernie McCook decides to do with 2 minutes exactly left in this football game. No timeout, so it's not a case where Shepherd can try to draw Slippery Rock off sides and then call a timeout.
But it could be something where they don't have to call the timeout. They could try to draw them off sides, get the delay of game penalty, and you have a monster back there.
That is very true.
So field position really isn't a concern. So maybe go out there, line up some people, run people in motion, try to draw them off sides.
We have seen Deshaun Alexander put his right leg into a few kicks today. Can't wait to see when the final stats come out what his punt average was today, because
I think the one botched punt is going to mess up his average, but the ones he was able to get off were majestic. That's the only way you can really describe it.
Shepherd's offense back in the huddle, so they are going to line up initially to go for it. We'll see what option Coach McCook chose, and we will see if it's a try to get them to jump and take the 5-yard penalty if they don't, or if it's going to be a legitimate 4th and go for it. Shotgun formation for Hardaway. He's got Barnett in the backfield. Malachi Brown. It is a snap. The give is to Barnett. Bottled up. I don't think he has it. The final push. Did he get the second effort? Both referees are coming in right around the sticks. It was a heck of a second effort, and we'll see where they put the football. It's going to be close.
Are they going to get the right foot spot or the left foot spot?
Oh, we will see. That is close. They're looking down the line. Still waiting for an official signal. And there's no way they're not going to measure this one either, I wouldn't imagine. They're still looking down the line trying to eyeball it.
I'm surprised that they snapped the ball.
And, yeah, they're waving their hands. I would imagine this is going to have to be a measurement. I can't quite see the football based on a Slippery Rock player and the official. And he will move now. I can't see where the tip of that football is. It's right there. And we'll see where the chain was on the line to game, but that certainly looks close enough.
Man, this is too close for comfort right here.
2 big measurements in this 4th quarter. One allowed Slippery Rock back in the game. There's the extension, and as of right now, that's a first down, Shepherd Rams.
Gutsy call that time by the Shepherd Rams to go for it. Looked like it was going to be close. Slippery Rock loaded up that box. They went with a bare front on that play, really letting those big defensive linemen dig in and try to prevent that. And you see the flag coming in for Slippery Rock. They want to challenge it, see if they can have some better luck than what Shepherd did when they challenged the spot of the ball earlier in the game. But like you said, with the limited amount of camera angles, I don't think it's going to be in your favor to challenge a spot of the ball, because I don't see what new footage that they're going to be able to see that's going to make them overturn what they've already called on the field. But again, that's something that you got to do. And
the way you and I saw it, definitely a bottleneck and a lot of bodies.
Yes.
At the end of that play. Initially, he was not close. He was back to the line of scrimmage. And then a great second effort for Barnett. Got what we have right now is a first down for Shepherd, and a mighty big one at that, with 1:55 left. Slippery Rock with 2 timeouts in this game. But if Shepherd gets this first down, certainly in a great spot to be in. Here is the replay. Initially, just a lot of bodies in there. Barnett's knee is down, but where is the football? That is going to be the big question, is where is the football? Based on what we see and based on the groan on the other end of the building right there, the other end of the desk, I think we're thinking the same thing, but I'm not going to speak it into existence, because right now on the field it's a big first down for Shepherd, and you and I both thought it was going to be an easy overturn on the last challenge. But here's another look at it again. Barnett gets close to the line of scrimmage.
Stop it, like right when his knee goes down. He didn't get it.
Here's what I will say. Again, by the rule of the letter of the law, the call on the field was a first down, and can you see specifically where that football is? Because I can't. So that's going to be the big conversation here, is can you see where the football is when that knee goes down?
I can see where the football is not. And it was not beyond the chains. When his knee goes down, he's still kind of bent up a little bit before he lays down and gets full extension on the ground. If they call it where his knee goes down, I don't think he gets the first down. So this might be a good challenge. For all those bodies and all that traffic and muck there in the middle of the field, you got a pretty clear line of sight on the play with that replay. So
they're certainly spending a little more time than they did for the last challenge.
There you go.
But again, the camera view that you just saw with those last 2 replays, that's it. For Division II football, you can use the cameras that you have streaming the games. It's not like the NFL. It's not like Division I where they're throwing it back to New York or wherever to look at multiple camera angles. It's the camera angle you have, which is the one that we've had all game for this. So the angle that you see is the only angle that the referees can see. So is there enough to overturn this call? You and I both agree that if it's where the knee is, it looks like he's about a half yard short. But the last challenge, where the knee was, it certainly looked like he was about a half yard more than what he needed. Yeah. So we'll see if things even out. If that last challenge that gave Slippery Rock a little momentum and got this drive back to get him within 1 touchdown, we'll see if there's one here that allows Shepherd to keep this drive going.
That's a big gamble. I didn't think that they were going to actually snap the ball. I thought it might have been something where they try to draw them offsides, maybe some motion, some shifts, a hard count, try to get them to jump. You could see the veteran safety, Michael Henwood, was coming up, tapping all of his defensive linemen. I'm sure he's telling them, do not jump, whatever, do not jump, and maybe just take that delay a game and then let your big punter go out there and boom the ball down the field. Going for it right then and there against that defensive front, that was a tough call, especially when you try to go for it earlier and you didn't get it. But right now the Shepherd Rams pushing all their chips to the middle of the table, betting that their hard-nosed running backs were able to get it.
Referee's still in the tent, and I'm wondering if they're in there trying to figure out exactly where to spot the ball or if they're just looking for any way they can see the football. A lot of bodies down there. The back of Jordan Barnett to the camera. It's not like he's stretching the football out for the world to see. It wasn't like you could see the front of his body. You're looking at the number 0 on the back of his jersey. So what you can see is where the knee is and where the back of his body is, nothing else. So it's going to be, to me, that makes it very hard to overturn. And if they do overturn, I'm going to wonder what exactly. The great part of being an official is you have to answer to no one. But I would love to hear what they saw if this is overturned. Spending a lot of time in that replay tent with 1:55 left. 28-21, Shepherd leads in a game that they had a 2-touchdown lead in the fourth quarter. They scored to take a 28-14 lead with 12:05 remaining in the fourth quarter of this one. A fourth down, a turnover on downs for Shepherd, and a long touchdown drive, 70 yards, 7 plays, taking 2 minutes and 16 seconds, getting a Slippery Rock back to within 7 points. Slippery Rock, the number 4 team in the country this week, and the first PSAC game for both of these teams, and boy, if Shepherd is able to come away with this win on the road, this would be a big talking point, not only in the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference, but when you're ranked 4 in the country, this is going to be talking points nationwide.
Absolutely. And Shepherd coming in, doing all the things that they needed to do to come away with a win today. They just need this first down. That's going to go a long way in helping them secure this victory. And Shepherd steady all game long. They've scored a touchdown in each quarter so far today. Slippery Rock scoring 14 points in the second quarter, trying to match that production here in the fourth quarter, with possibly an opportunity to put another touchdown on the board depending on how this replay goes. But they've been in the beer garden tent for quite a while.
And talk about just what we've talked about, the two-man attack that has been Barnett and Swinehart running the football today. Swinehart 91 yards so far on 21 carries, and Barnett 14 carries for 72 yards. They have just run the football in the second half almost at will.
And for me, I'm not even looking at the yards. The thing that's most important for me are the running attempts, because that's going to tell me a whole lot about how your offensive day has been going. If you have a whole bunch of running attempts, that lets me know that, one, that you have been ahead of schedule, you've been setting up play action pass, you've been wearing the defense down, and you've been helping out your quarterback. So just the run attempts themselves bode well for this Rams team, not only in today's game, but going forward. If they're able to have that type of discipline going forward, sticking with the running game, and you've seen it. It's not like these guys are just pounding the ball and it's just 3 yards in the cloud of dust. They've shown that they've got vision and they have the athleticism and speed to make things happen with big runs and big carries if they're able to get a little bit of blocking up front. So, again, good job for this Rams offense so far today. Let's see if they can squeeze out another inch of that run game, because that's what it's coming down to. All those yards we talked about before really don't matter much. We need to know if he got those last 3 inches.
And again, this is the hometown call for Shepherd talking, I'm sure. But there's one camera angle. If there is not conclusive evidence for overturning this call, there's no reason they should be in the tent this long. You're looking at one camera angle. If there is no conclusive evidence to overturn this call, let's get back to football and give Shepherd a first down and 10 here.
But I kind of have a feeling that they're going to make the call of not so much where they see the football as where they don't see the football.
But then again, then where do you put it? If you can't see where to place it, where do you place it?
That's a good point. That's why they get paid the big bucks.
All right, they must have heard me, because both referees that were in the tent are now working their way out, still talking to one another. I assume this conversation probably has to deal with, do you know any good burger joints around here for when the game is ending?
That's a good conversation.
It is a great conversation, especially given the late kickoff here as we are nearing 9 o'clock here in Martinsburg, West Virginia. A late game for Shepherd. They're not used to playing Saturday evening/night games, used to those 12, 1, 2 o'clock kickoffs, all 12 o'clock kicks in Shepherdstown this year. Shepherd is still a couple weeks away from one of those home games at Ram Stadium.
Shepherd will have another tough test on the road next week.
How about Clarion starting 3-0?
Clarion starting 3-0.
We'll hear more about that in our post-game scoreboard show. Dylan Bishop will have that after we sign off today. All referees are talking to one another, making sure they have the explanations right as to where this football is going to go. Certainly a lot of conversation. And for all intents and purposes, Travis, I've never hoped you're more wrong in my life.
Man, it's a tough call.
Here comes the call again. We don't have the audio, so we are going based on the hand signals that we are seeing. And which direction. We see some hand gestures on the Slippery Rock sideline. And again, you didn't see an indication one way or another, but you see some celebrating, so it looks like that is going to be a turnover on downs. See where they move the football back to. As we haven't got a adjustment of the football quite yet. Yeah, ball goes back right as you said, about a half yard, and the football was only about a half yard or a half football over the line to gain, and that is short. Slippery Rock will take over down 7 with 1:55 left. And challenges have not been the friend of the Shepherd Rams in this football game. The defense has played a heck of a game so far. Let's see if they have one more stop left in them. All the momentum right now, where we talked about when Shepherd went up 2 touchdowns, they had all the momentum. I think it has slowly gone back to Slippery Rock having that momentum at home. And you got to say, DeJuan Owens has been one that has brought that spark in as the backup quarterback.
And that's a tough test. You're coming in the fourth quarter, redshirt freshman, and have him listed as 6'1", 200 pounds. He looks a little bit larger than that, and certainly his role in the game has loomed larger than that. And he's seemed comfortable. He's had athleticism. You've seen him move around in the pocket, make some plays. He's done a good job of keeping his eyes downfield and attacking the defense. So the Rams can't sit back in that prevent that allowed the last score. I think they've got to tighten it up a little bit more and make that young signal caller try to squeeze that ball into some tight windows.
First down and 10. 1:55 left in the ball game. Slippery Rock in Shepherd territory at the 46-yard line. Back-to-back defensive stops on 4th down. Owens drops back to pass. Looks to his left. Nowhere to go. He's going to tuck it and run. He's inside the 40 to the 35 and slides down at the 35-yard line. They're going to say it's where he started that slide, so I think he's still about a yard short of that line to gain, but moving in the right direction. They will say he is about a yard and a half short of that line. 2 gains, 2nd down as he is pushed to his left. Nowhere to go. Has to throw it into the ground in the area of a receiver. Incomplete pass. 3rd down coming up for Slippery Rock.
And this Rams defensive line, they have a tough task because you just saw in that first down play, they have to stay disciplined in their rush lanes because if they get too far upfield, Owens has shown that he has the ability to pull that ball down and make you hurt with his legs. So you have to stay disciplined, much the way they played against Vespo. I think they have to do the same against Owens, make him beat you from the pocket, and hopefully somebody in secondary can pick off that 4th interception.
1:31 left, 3rd down and 1. Owens takes a snap. There's the give to the left side. That's a first down for J.J. Jordan and more as he's inside the 30. Let's see where they say he stepped out, but definitely enough for a first down and more as he turned that corner. Inside the 30, looks like about the 33-yard line and a fresh set of downs.
And Jordan starting to break loose here in the 4th quarter. Just so smooth moving off to that left side of the offensive line. And again, that's where they've had their success running the ball, running behind big left tackle Joe Cooper. Like we mentioned, 6'7", 320-pound redshirt senior. If you're going to run behind somebody, you're running behind that freight train.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Owens in the shotgun with J.J. Jordan to his right. Adjusting the play, looking back over at the Slippery Rock sideline. Shepherd with 3 down linemen and an edge rusher standing up on this near side. Tight end comes in motion. There is the snap. The give is to J.J. Jordan. He cuts to this near side. Let's see if they call a hold there. It looked like a blatant one on the outside, but no penalty flag comes.
You can see Fluke was looking around for that holding penalty.
A very short gain, if any, as there was nowhere for J.J. Jordan to go as that clock ticking inside 110, 109, 108, 107 now left in this ball game. And let's see if Shepherd's defense has one more stop in them. They've certainly deserved this win today. Let's see if they can preserve it.
Forced 3 turnovers so far, and right now they're hoping that fourth comes up here in the last minute of the fourth quarter.
Shotgun for Owens. The lefty looks to his right, throws back across the field. A wide open receiver, enough for the first down. And once again, that's Joe White. He has had several big catches, and
Minka, what are you doing?
Nobody in sight. A defender falling down, but not falling down in the direction of going to cover Joe White, watching a guy cut an in route.
And Minka, I understand giving a little bit of a cushion, but they're right there on the doorstep. You can't give him that much of a cushion. You at least got to be in a position to challenge the throw, make the quarterback throw that ball with a little bit of conviction, a little bit of velocity.
3 receivers to this near side. Owens, a quarterback draw, and that's got to be a hold on the outside on Muley, but I don't see a flag in yet. And right now, it is a touchdown for Slippery Rock. Let's see if a flag comes in. It certainly looked like a hold on the outside, but right now, it is a 1-point game, no flag thrown, and Slippery Rock has come back in this ball game, an extra point away from tying this ball game up, and certainly looked like a hold on the outside on Muley.
At that time, it looked like Varius Farrell was the right tackle on that play. And again, he had leverage to the inside. So he had Muley sealed off to the outside. And once the quarterback broke outside, it was that brief instance where he had a hold of Muley, but it wasn't enough to warrant the flag. And Slippery Rock with an opportunity to tie this ball game up with 36 seconds left.
Let's see how much of a rush Shepherd brings here. I wondered if they would go for 2 and try to go for the win. Right now it is the extra point attempt here. There is the snap, the hold. The kick is up, and it is through the uprights. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a tie ball game at 28 apiece. Wow. Welcome to PSAC football for the year, folks. 36 seconds left, and Slippery Rock has tied it up. Let's go ahead and take a 30-second break, and we'll come back and see what Shepherd can do with no timeouts and 36 seconds left. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
Beck & Surf Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? LawPBM.com.
36 seconds left. Slippery Rock has tied the game at 28 all. It has been a heck of a fourth quarter. If you've missed it, a couple of turnover on downs. 2 challenge flags have been thrown, both going the way of the Rock. And right now they have all the momentum, but Shepherd getting the football back. No timeouts left, but a tie game. We know that Max Barta has a good leg. 0 for 2 so far on the day, but we know he has a strong leg. Let's see what Shepherd's offense can do here. That kickoff going into the end zone, touchback, so Shepherd going to get the football with 36 seconds left and try to go down and win the ball game. And if nothing else, hold on to the ball and force overtime and see what happens.
Man, have control of the action that long, and then it wasn't so much that last touchdown because you don't get the fourth down. They get the ball back in good field position. Owens is able to make some plays. He has that athleticism where it's really difficult. For me, it was that touchdown before that brought them up to 21 points where Shepherd really played soft in that back end, more of a prevent defense, and Owens was able to come in, get settled in early, and really get himself into a rhythm and get some confidence going. So Shepherd may look back at that with a little bit of regret, and right now you see Shepherd lined up looking to take a knee, run out the clock, and take this game into overtime. And right now, all the momentum is squarely on the side of that Slippery Rock sideline. You know, that home crowd, they are feeling it, having that an emotional 2-touchdown comeback here in the fourth quarter to tie it up and send it into overtime likely.
Well, we saw a Division I game between the state of West Virginia and the state of Pennsylvania go to overtime, and earlier, it was West Virginia getting the win over Pitt in the backyard brawl. Let's see if the state of West Virginia has 2 overtime wins in them today as the clock ticks inside of 10 down to 5, and both teams go to their benches. Let's send it back, and we'll take a 1-minute break. When we come back, we'll get you ready for overtime in the first PSAC game of the year for both these teams. We're tied at 28. It's Shepherd and Slippery Rock. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How can I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm John Everson, Private Wealth Advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
28 all as we head to overtime at Slippery Rock University. Captain's getting ready to go out for the overtime. A coin flip as our referees make their way to the S at the 50-yard line in Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. And, boy, what a difference about 10 minutes of game time will make. Shepherd firmly in the driver's seat in that fourth quarter. You thought either a first down and definitely a touchdown would have just been the dagger that was needed for Shepherd to pull off this upset. And a turnover on downs leading to what you called it, Travis. I think the one that made everybody go, okay, hold on, this still is Slippery Rock. This still is the #4 team in the country. As backup quarterback, DeJuan Owens, yes, we said that correctly. If you missed it, backup quarterback brought in strictly for performance. It had nothing to do with Anthony Vespo being injured, but he has truly been a spark in some big defensive stops as well.
And again, he's doing it in a variety of ways. Not only is he throwing the ball accurately, he's running the offense with confidence and using his athleticism to really put pressure on that defense. When you're sitting back in that zone, again, you want to try to have eyes on the quarterback because Owens has shown he has the ability to pull it down, get downfield, and really hurt you with his legs. And again, Slippery Rock riding that momentum of a couple of big defensive stops in front of that home crowd, now have an opportunity to pull off the upset. Well, I have the opportunity to pull off the comeback.
Yeah. And the coin flip, trying to look and see. Looks like Slippery Rock is picking direction of the field. And we'll see if...
And again, there have been no easy decisions in this game.
Nothing at all.
Everything. Like even at the concession stand, there are decisions to be made in this game. There's nothing that's been cut and dry.
Okay, the fist pump means I am sure that, at least according to Cordell Batten, they got the decision they wanted. Meaning, and we don't know if that is offense first. We don't know if that is hoping for a stop first and knowing what you have to do offensively. But we shall see here what team comes out, whether it's offense or defense. Certainly looks like that Slippery Rock offense is making their way out. So it looks like they will have the first crack at the end zone from what it looks like on our end.
Again, Shepherd, you have to be disappointed that you weren't able to get the win in regulation, but right now they can't think about that. They have to put that out of their mind and come back in with the same mentality that they started today's game with. A little bit of nasty. Come back with the nasty on offense or on defense. Get after it. Don't wait for bad things to happen. Go out there and make good things happen, and that's what Shepherd has to do when they come out here trying to secure this win on the road in overtime versus a nationally ranked opponent.
And how about DeJuan Owens, the backup quarterback for Slippery Rock, a redshirt freshman, which means there is no way Shepherd had an ounce of film on this youngster. So this is completely new to Shepherd, I'm sure brand new to a lot of Slippery Rock fans as well, and certainly raising some eyebrows, I'm sure, across the entire Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference as to what might be the future of Slippery Rock at quarterback.
I'm saying, so we might have to remove that backup title from him. He might be the guy.
If he brings them back to this win, I would imagine it'd be hard to do the opposite. There is the snap, a little read option. It is going to be Owens going off the left side. Gains about 5 inside the 20. They're going to mark him in between the 19 and the 20. A good gain on first down.
And that's one of the unique things about that quarterback position. It isn't so much what individual talents that you have. It's how those guys in the huddle respond to you once you get in there. It's about that reaction. And so far, this Slippery Rock team has rallied around their young signal call.
And speaks to him being a redshirt freshman and earning that respect. Not an easy thing to do. 2nd down and 4. There is a snap to give it to J.J. Jordan. He bounces it outside and avoids a tackle. He's at the 10, the 5, and into the end zone, and Slippery Rock strikes first and now says, all right, Shepard, let's see what you can do.
And again, running off of that left side, he bounces it, running behind the big left tackle. And again, that's just a huge mismatch out there on that side. You have Mekhi Young. He's 6 foot, 185 pounds. He's trying to anchor himself against that left tackle from Slippery Rock. Like we said, 6'7", 320. He's giving up a lot of beef out there on the edge. That's going to be hard for him to have any type of run fit out there. Not sure why Shepard's not making that adjustment, but Slippery Rock has certainly noticed it. They've exploited it, and they've been running off the left side here in the fourth quarter with impunity.
Extra point upcoming. It is latch on for the extra point. Low snap, but able to get it down, and that kick is up and good. So it's Shepard's turn to start at the 25-yard line, going in and see what they have up their sleeves to try to tie this ball game and force a second overtime. Man, an hour ago, I didn't think this was possible with the way that Shepard had played in the second half, and especially later into that third quarter and the beginning of the fourth quarter. But here we are. Slippery Rock, the number 4 team in the country, and if they're able to come away with this win, I think showing why they have that ability. And if they have a new signal caller come next week, definitely going to be somebody to watch the rest of the year regardless in DeJuan Owens. 1st down and 10 from the 25-yard line. Shepard in the white uniforms working in. It's been a great day running the football for the Rams. Let's see if they stick with that in overtime. It's Barnett working to the left side, breaks one tackle and a good run for 4.5 yards on 1st down, avoiding that initial tackle and really getting something out of nothing on that left side. And now it looks like we have a injury for Slippery Rock. Trying to see if that's a 1-7 or a 2-7. Looks like a 27.
2-7.
Yeah, so looking at that defense, that is Michael Don.
The 5'9", 178-pound junior from Waldorf, Maryland. A little bit banged up on the play.
Looks like he's going to force a timeout here. We will keep it here in overtime. I want to thank our sponsor of the game and our title sponsor of every game this year for Shepherd football, and that's Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency. The games each week brought to you by Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, your total insurance solution, located at 1250 Edwin Miller Boulevard, Suite 301 in Martinsburg. Call 304-263-3361.
And it seems like it's been forever since that Shepherd offense has been out there on the field. So let's see if that rust has accumulated or if the Rams can shake it off and punch it in and see if we can extend this overtime game.
All right, you're on the sideline with a headset. You score a touchdown here. Extra point, going to a second overtime? Or are you rolling the dice against the number 4 team in the country?
Well, rolling the dice hasn't worked out well.
That's true, but some might say you're due.
Yeah.
2nd down and 6. There is a snap to Hardyway going near side. That ball in the air, and it, thankfully for the Rams, hits the turf. Goes off the hands of the intended receiver, and that ball had some zip on it from Hardyway, and I think the intended receiver was Jaden Ashby, and just not able to bring it in. I think Shepard may have called a timeout working towards their bench. Or might just be getting some quick instructions. Nope, just the camera angle. So a 3rd down, obviously 2 plays here. So you don't have to, you'd love to get it on 3rd down, but not a necessity. You know this is 4th down territory needing to score. 2 receivers to this near side. It is Barnett in the backfield with Hardyway.
Blitz is coming.
Sure is. There is a snap to Hardyway. He will pass, looking to the left, looking in the end zone. Man's got a step and just overthrows the intended receiver, and it's the man he's been looking for the entire second half in Kazan Lanza. He had the defender by a step, just overthrown by about a step from Hardyway, and now a 4th down for the ball game.
And that was the matchup you wanted. You got your big tight end, but he can also run. Had him matched up on the much shorter Gregory. Gregory did a good job of trying to stay with him, but that ball was thrown where only the tight end can make a play on it, but just a little bit too strong on that pass play.
4th down, 3 receivers bunched to the far side. Now one coming in motion. That is Lanza. And now split. 2 to the far side, 2 to the near side. Barnett in the backfield. Hardyway drops back to pass. The blitz is coming. That ball doesn't get anywhere close. The intended receiver hit as he threw. Let's make sure there's no flags. There is not. And the Rock is celebrating what is a tremendous comeback on their home field. And this is going to be a tough ride back to Shepherdstown for your Shepherd University Rams. Slippery Rock gets the win in overtime. 21 unanswered points. 35-28 your final. We will get into it a little more in the post-game show, and just a tough one to swallow if you're Shepherd. We'll be back after this to break this one down. A heartbreaker for the Rams. They lose to number 4 Slippery Rock in overtime, 35-28. This is Shepherd Ram football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors. And good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Jonathan Bodwell Insurance Solutions. We've been serving the Eastern Panhandle with their insurance needs for 20 years. We specialize in Medicare and health insurance plans. Medicare can be scary. We help seniors navigate the Medicare maze and not get taken advantage of by the call centers. We give honest, local advice on your insurance. We're located in the Aiken Center, 304-283-0864.
And we welcome you back into the TV 10 studios. A tough loss for the Shepherd Rams as we are still watching the feed of Slippery Rock celebrating a 21-point comeback, or make that a 14-point comeback and a touchdown in overtime to win the football game. Just something that with about 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter, Travis, you didn't think was possible. You were looking at it going there, a first down or two away from winning this football game and sealing it up and really having a completely unexpected victory that would have put shockwaves across the country, beating the number 4 team in the first conference game of the year. They have a backup quarterback come in. You're not thinking, okay, DeJuan Owens, the redshirt freshman, he's not going to lead 2 touchdown drives. Oh, and there's no way that they're going to stop Shepherd on defense for 2 4-and-outs in a row. And there's no way 2 challenges can go against Shepherd, right? Every one of those things happened and is led to Shepherd now 0-2 on the year. 35-28, your final from Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. Travis, your thoughts on a tough loss for the Rams?
And that's exactly it. They did everything that they needed to do to win the ball game. We talked about running the ball today. They beat Slippery Rock in that category. 43 rushing attempts to Slippery Rock's 27. We was expecting Slippery Rock. They have a very potent running attack. We saw that thing really open up as the game wore on for Slippery Rock. But, again, Shepherd able to keep them under control for the most part. Again, they forced so many turnovers. That Shepherd Rams defense played so well. They did a good job of forcing those turnovers, but, again, not enough. And I think Just the mistake was when Slippery Rock scored that third touchdown was maybe going to that prevent defense a little bit too soon. You come in, you have that redshirt freshman quarterback coming in, and you give him some wide open zones to exploit to come in. And once he got that first little taste of confidence, you saw that team begin to rally around that young signal caller, and then just the whole complexion of the game change. And like you mentioned, you have that type of dominant performance for Shepherd where they're able to control the action so much, and then the game kind of hinges on 2 fourth down measurements that both of them go against you. You realize you're on the road, you're going up against a difficult opponent. That was just a tough game. That's a tough one to stomach. Not only are the players going to feel bad, but I guarantee you it's going to be some coaches that they're going to be drowning their sorrows tonight too, because there's going to be some calls that they're going to look back on thinking that they could have made a different call down the stretch that could have changed the outcome of the game.
And obviously easy in hindsight to look back and go, should you have punted on the 1 4th down, or
go for the field goal?
Go for the field goal, or what do you do here? But when your kicker is 0 for 2 on field goals, granted they were longer. I am not putting the loss on Barta at all, but 0 for 2 on the day. Do you have that uber confidence in a big point in the game to send him out there when your offense had been running the ball at will, especially in the second half? It's just going to be a tough one to swallow for the Shepherd University Rams, and hats off to Slippery Rock. You aren't a good football team if you ever think you're out of a football game. And you look at the way they bounce back, and a redshirt backup freshman coming in to try to give that spark, and I am wondering how long he's going to have that backup title, if ever again. Because you would think that as the game ball, we're looking at the feed right now, the game ball being given out, and it is no surprise here going to DeJuan Owens right now as head coach Sean Lutz giving him that game ball, and you wonder what he's going to look like for this Slippery Rock team the rest of the year. Let's kind of take you drive by drive as to how this game played out. In the first quarter, it was a Jordan Barnett 4-yard run to give Shepherd the 7-0 lead, 5:13 remaining in the first when he crossed the goal line. Tying it up in the second quarter was Slippery Rock. It was a 15-yard swing pass going back across the field from Anthony Vespo to J.J. Jordan. 11:08 remaining in the second quarter. It was the ensuing drive that Jordan Barnett scored his second of 3 touchdowns on the day. This one a 22-yard run right up the gut. A 5-play, 75-yard drive, giving Shepherd the 14-7 lead. Before the half, it would be a 14-14 tie with a trick play. Xander McClure, a double pass as a receiver to fellow receiver Latrell Sutton from 38 yards out. Just a 2-play, quick 40-yard drive, taking 47 seconds, and Slippery Rock was able to tie it up going into the halftime break. Then you look at the third quarter and beginning of the fourth quarter. 1 touchdown in the third quarter. That was Jordan Barnett, his third of the game, an 8-yard rush, following the best drive of the game for Shepherd. 16 plays, 81 yards, taking 8 minutes and 23 seconds off of that game clock. And with 12:05 remaining in the fourth quarter, it was Michael Hardyway. A quick little screen, kind of dump-off pass right in front to Malachi Brown for 5 yards, and Shepherd took a 2-touchdown lead, that until a 4th down stop for Slippery Rock, and then with 3:08, J.J. Jordan able to rush off the left side from 8 yards out, giving Slippery Rock that sliver of hope they needed. Another defensive stop, another challenge, and they get the ball back in Shepherd territory. DeJuan Owens, the player we have talked about for the better part of the last hour, a rush around the right side for 16 yards, tying the game up with 36 seconds left. Shepherd would take a knee and hope overtime was more friendly to them than the second half of the fourth quarter. It would not be, as it was once again J.J. Jordan rushing for 19 yards off the left side this time. Extra point up and good. Shepherd gets the ball back, and it is a 3-and-out. Slippery Rock improves to 2-0 on the season. The Rams 0-2 with Clarion, who is 3-0 now on the season, on the horizon. All right, let's get into some of the stats in this one. Stats for this game individually. If you looked at individual stats and team stats, you would probably assume that Shepherd won this football game, Travis. I mean, Hardyway, a very efficient game, throwing for 252 yards, 21 of 28, completing 75% of his passes, didn't throw an interception, held on to the ball. He really, in my opinion, played well enough to win this football game, especially when you look at his counterpart on the other side for the majority of the football game.
And he did all the things that you asked him to do. He didn't risk the football. Shepherd did a good job of eliminating the turnovers. They go from that game against Frostburg State where they had 4 turnovers. This week's game they had no turnovers while forcing 4 turnovers, so they're +4 in the turnover category. And it seems like they checked so many boxes as far as being able to come to a difficult spot on the road and getting the win, but it was just the small breaks in the game down the stretch that really sealed the fate of the Shepherd Rams.
Cordell Batten finished as the top receiver for the Rams, 6 catches for 105 yards, was about 17.5 per reception, did not find the end zone. The lone receiver to find the end zone was Malachi Brown, who finished with 4 receptions for 44 yards. Running the football, you talked about it. While the numbers looked good, there was moments where it almost you didn't care about how many yards they had going in. It was about, can you get me that one more right now? But a two-headed monster that I think is going to be really fun to watch this year, especially after the first 2 games, is Swinehart and Barnett. Swinehart finished with 21 rushing attempts, 91 yards on the ground, and then Barnett, 75 yards on the ground, 15 rushing attempts, but did score those 3 touchdowns. So another great game running the football for the Shepherd Rams.
And that, something we've been asking for a while, the emergence of the tight end in the Shepherd Rams offense. We didn't see much of it last year. We saw a heavy dose of it today. They're catching passes. They're really imposing their will in the running game. So not only will we see, more out of Swinehart and Barnett, certainly, but I'm happy to see those tight ends showing up in a big way for that Shepherd offense. I think that's something that they're going to be able to really rely on as this season gets further down the road.
Some quick individual stats for Slippery Rock. Vespo, who started the game at quarterback, did not finish the game at quarterback, finished 13 for 20 with 123 yards and a touchdown, did throw 3 interceptions. And DeJuan Owens finished 5 for 8 in just about 1 quarter of play, a little less than that actually, but finished with 56 yards and just a tough one to finish out with. And watching a backup quarterback come in and rushing, we talked about J.J. Jordan, who really did nothing for 3 quarters, finishes with 73 yards on just 13 attempts. He really found a way to turn it on late in the late in the 4th quarter and overtime.
And once they found that matchup over there on the left side, running behind that big left tackle, you saw they just kept hammering that spot and hammering that spot and hammering that spot. And you mentioned the running game. Of course, J.J. Jordan had a good game, but look at the carries that Owens was able to do in his brief time in the game. 4 carries for 46 yards.
Yeah, all in a very short amount of time, as you mentioned. So just the stat line we weren't expecting to read, but unfortunately the stat line that ended up being a now 0-2 record for the Shepherd Rams. We do have some awards to give out. We're going to take a 1-minute break. On the backside of that break, we'll give out those awards of the game, and we will set up our next broadcast. Again, your final from Slippery Rock. It is the Rock 35 and Shepherd 28. This is Shepherd Football on TV 10.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
When it comes to providing you with a better car buying experience, CMA's Honda of Winchester takes it personally. Why? Because we're employee owned. That makes us neighbors, and good neighbors take care of each other. Come experience the honesty, transparency, and value we provide every customer, every neighbor, each and every day. At CMA's Honda of Winchester, owners just care more about you.
And we welcome you back into the TV 10 studios. Shepherd falling to 0-2 after a tough one at Slippery Rock. Final score 35 2:28. Time to give out some awards for this one, and we're pretty unanimous on who we are thanking for all of these, but I am going to go award by award. The first one, Collision of the Game, brought to you by Cody's Auto Body at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior custom service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. Call 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. Who do you got for the Collision of the Game, Travis?
For my Collision of the Game, I gave it to Noel Norman Williams for the Shepherd Rams defense. He had a monster hit on a third down. That was one of the few things that went in Shepherd's favor in the fourth quarter. That was right around that 10-minute, 36-second mark. But my Collision of the Game goes to Noel Norman Williams.
No argument here. Let's go to Catch of the Game, brought to you by WVU Medicine, Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Center, leading healthcare here and everywhere. We were right on pace for what we thought for that as well, and you had a certain Malachi Brown catch.
Yes, Malachi Brown's catch in there in the second quarter, about the 5-minute, 30-second mark, had a 20-yard catch over on that far sideline right in front of that Shepherd bench where he had to go up to the top shelf to get that one, but he was able to secure the catch, get that foot in bounds, and pick up a big first down for the Shepherd Rams offense. So my catch of the game goes to Malachi Brown.
And finally, the player of the game who I'm sure both had Jordan Barnett as a shoo-in. Didn't even have to talk about it, knew that's who it was going to be until about the 5-minute mark in the fourth quarter, and it unanimously now the player of the game, brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 3985 Valley Pike in Winchester. Call 504-686-1622 at CMA Honda of Winchester. Owners just care more about you. So the new player of the game, unanimously,
it's got to go to DeJuan Owens. Comes in, you could tell, it brought an energy and excitement to the ball game when he came in, able to do it throwing, 5 of 8 for 56 yards, but more importantly, able to do it with his legs. He's a dynamic ball carrier, 4 carries, 46 yards, 11.5 yards per carry, and to be honest, he was the difference in the game. So.
No doubt about it. It'll be fun to keep track of him the rest of the year, and hopefully maybe see him again. 0-2 now on the year, so Shepherd, certainly, you hate to think about it this early in the year, but Shepherd certainly has got their backs against the wall the rest of the year in terms of postseason, and you're not usually talking about that at the end of week 2. But Shepherd, certainly a lot of work cut out for them. The field has expanded a bit, which helps them, but definitely a lot of work to do for the Rams the rest of the year, and it will start a week from today. The rest of the season for them, you've talked to Coach Cook, it's always, we're on to the next one week at a time. That next week is at Clarion, who is 3-0. Did anybody have that in their bingo card for this year? Clarion starting 3-0. You'll hear about that game in our post-game scoreboard show with Dylan Bishop coming up here in a minute, but I certainly wouldn't have had Clarion as one of the undefeated teams in the PSAC coming into this season.
Clarion, no longer content to be the cellar dweller of the PSAC, have got out to a red-hot start, winning over Shippensburg today. So, again, Shepherd just backs against the wall. You have no margin for error here on in.
Yep, that is a 1 o'clock kickoff at Clarion. We will be on site for that one. Not a studio broadcast for that game. We will be in or on top of the press box for that game. 1 o'clock kick. Our coverage will begin from Clarion, Pennsylvania at 12:30 right here on WRNR TV on YouTube and TV10 in Berkeley and Jefferson County. All right, that's going to wrap it up for us. The post-game scoreboard show coming up next. I want to remind everybody one final time, the final from Slippery Rock. It was the Rock 35, Shepherd 28. Shepherd now 0-2. Slippery Rock improves to 2-0. For Travis Smith, I am Matt Crawford. Dylan Bishop back here at the studio along with Kyler High. We will see you next Saturday for a 1 o'clock kick at Clarion University. This has been Shepherd Ram Football on TV10.
Someone asked me, who's the brains behind Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers?
And what did you say?
I said it was a team effort. Everyone works together to win for our clients.
Well, that's true and very noble of you.
But I could still beat you in cornhole.
You're on. If you're hurt and almost heaven, dial the 7s. 304-777-7777.
SkinnerWins.com.
My kids. You know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%. Parsons' goal of financing for all. And Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars, too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Beck & Surf Law Offices. 50 years experience. No fees unless we collect money for you. Always here to help you. Any questions? lawpbm.com.
Welcome into the Postgame Scoreboard Show here on TV 10, WRNR TV on YouTube, brought to you by Floor Pools. Make every day better with a hot tub or swimming pool. Floor Pools has locations in Martinsburg, Chambersburg, and Hagerstown. Slippery Rock, big-time comeback in the fourth quarter with their backup quarterback. Gets the 35-28 win in overtime against Shepherd. They go down. It was a much better day for fans of college football in the state of West Virginia on the FBS level as West Virginia wins the backyard brawl in overtime over Pitt 31-24. Game-winning touchdown run in by Ty Edwards, who had 25 carries for 141 yards and 3 rushing touchdowns, taking over as the starting running back for the injured Jaheim White. But now we can look across the PSAC games that happened today. Went over a lot of these at halftime because they were all some earlier games. Cal gets the win 26-24 over Westchester, just barely eking that one out on the road. Glenville State beats Millersville 44-28. Home win for Glenville State. Bloomsburg gets themselves a 3-point win at home against Seton Hill 31-28. Clarion goes on the road and wins by 7 points over Shippensburg 31-24. Kutztown gets a win 34-0 against Edinboro. And the one not up on the scoreboard there, the later start. IUP gets a 42-10 victory over Lockhaven. We'll go through some other stuff that happened here. Big 12 scores for you. West Virginia's conference rivals, a 24-16 victory for number 14 Iowa State on the road at Arkansas State. TCU currently up 28-0 on Abilene Christian. At the end of the first half, Utah is up 3-0 on Wyoming on the road there. Texas Tech up 45-14 on Oregon State. That game just now ending, actually, becoming official. Baylor gets a 42-7 win over Samford. Cincinnati 70-0 over Northwestern State. Houston, earlier in the week, yesterday, 36-20 over Colorado, and Arizona beating Kansas State 23-17. Let's see if we can get you some ongoing games or some finals from the top 25, and then we'll get you out of here. 28-24, Notre Dame trailing Texas A&M at the half. Currently, LSU, number 3 LSU, winning 13-10 at halftime against Florida. 38-28 is the score in Oxford. Ole Miss currently with a 10-point lead over Arkansas. Number 9 Illinois up 24-0 on Western Michigan. 2-touchdown lead for Ohio State over Ohio at the moment. And South Carolina currently trailing 14-7 against Vanderbilt. Lenore Sellers went down with injury 1 point in that one. Have to check if he's still in that one. 49-12, Miami gets a win over number 18 South Florida. Big game earlier on today. Georgia in overtime, 44-41, gets the win over Tennessee. And with that, we'll wrap up the postgame scoreboard show brought to you by Floor Pools. And wrapping things up here from the TV10 studios for the crew. Called themselves a great game. Wasn't a great result for Shepherd in the end, but it was an exciting one. Wrapping things up here. Hope you have a great rest of your Saturday night.
You've been watching play-by-play coverage of NCAA Division II football featuring the Shepherd University Rams and the Pennsylvania State Athletic Conference. Today's telecast has been brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance Agency, Power, Beck, and Matzaref Law Offices, Senate Finance Chairman Jason Barrett, Hagerstown Ford, Fort Evans Archery, Rocks Local Markets, the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Fields and Sons, the Larry DeMarco team at Century 21 Modern Realty Results, Burke, Schultz, Harmon, and Jenkinson, personal injury attorneys, Cody's Auto Body, the Palace Lounge, Parsons Ford of Martinsburg, the Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, Ameriprise Financial and the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, WVU Medicine Berkeley and Jefferson Medical Centers, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, CMA Honda of Winchester, CMA Chevy and Toyota of Martinsburg, CMA Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram of Martinsburg, Dignity Memorial Rosedale Funeral Home and Cemetery of Martinsburg, Floor Pools of Martinsburg, Hagerstown, and Chambersburg, and Next Level Auto Detailing.
Great for Trey, but we got
TV10 Sports thanks you for watching today's presentation.